Testing, testing. All right, guys, we're going to get started with proclamations and presentations. Where's Alex? JV, can you go get Alex? Thank you.
Sergeant at Arms,
Yeah.
bring him in.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for being here. We're going to have a great night and honor a couple of special individuals. We are going to begin with Mr. Antonio de la Hoz of Casavana. I think it's appropriate, considering that he is a part owner of, or the owner, right, of Casavana, part owner of Casavana, and today is May 20th, the real Cuban Independence Day, right? So we went ahead and are issuing a proclamation declaring today as your day in the town of Miami Lakes. And with your permission, I'm going to read off our proclamation for you. Proclaiming May 20th, 2025 as Antonio de la Hoz Day in the town of Miami Lakes. Whereas Antonio de la Hoz is a valued member of the Miami Lakes community, celebrating 19 years of dedicated service as owner and operator of Casavana Cuban Cuisine, and by extension, the entire Miami Lakes community, often referred to simply as Casavana. Whereas during the COVID-19 pandemic, Casavana, under Antonio's leadership, took the initiative to gift and deliver meals to seniors, ensuring that some of the most vulnerable members of our community were cared for during this time. Whereas Casavana has been a long-standing sponsor of the Optimist Baseball Club and the American High School softball team, while also supporting other local youth sports and encouraging healthy, active lifestyles. Whereas Casavana Cuban Cuisine has also generously provided food to military service members, including the United States Coast Guard at the Opa-locka Airport for over 4 years, showcasing Casavana's commitment to those who serve our country. And whereas every year, Casavana contributes to the Miami Lakes Chamber of Commerce Business Expo by providing food, which fosters community engagement and support for local businesses. It has donated food for the Our Lady of the Lakes Carnival, bringing a taste of Cuban culture to the festivities, and has actively contributed to the Zonta Club, participating in community-focused programs. Now, therefore, I, Joshua Dieguez, by virtue of the authority vested in me as the mayor of the town of Miami Lakes and on behalf of the town council and 33,000 Miami Lakers, do hereby proclaim May 20, 2025 as Antonio de la Hoz Day. Congratulations.
Yes, thank you.
No? Bueno, vamos a... Next up, we have a terrorist that we're honoring. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I love this lady very much, and it is my honor to go ahead and present this proclamation to her. We clearly have a good time with each other and a great relationship. But, hey, you're meaner to me, okay? But for you, we are going to proclaim May 28th as your day in the town of Miami Lakes, right? And whereas Rosa Rosie Barroso has been a dedicated member of the Miami Lakes community for over 20 years, founding a mental health counseling business in 2016 based in Miami Lakes, which offers invaluable support to families in the town and the broader community. Whereas Rosie has generously and repeatedly donated free counseling services to those in need, demonstrating a deep commitment to the mental well-being of others. Whereas during the COVID-19 pandemic, Rosie provided weekly wellness calls to over 200 elderly residents, as well as delivered essential food and supplies, which ensured that this vulnerable population remained cared for and connected. Whereas Rosie has also made significant contributions to the revitalization of the Miami Lakes Chamber of Commerce by assisting in its growth and helping to foster a vibrant business community in the town of Miami Lakes. And whereas Rosie has sponsored numerous local events, made other generous donations to the Miami Lakes community, and volunteered her time and effort to help organize and support town activities, which have strengthened community bonds and promoted civic engagement. This includes spearheading the creation of the Mental Health Task Force, which later transformed into a formal committee within the town and has played a crucial role in raising awareness and providing resources for mental health care. Now, therefore, I, Joshua Dieguez, by virtue of the authority vested in me as the mayor of the town of Miami Lakes, and on behalf of the town council and 33,000 Miami Lakers, do hereby proclaim May 28, 2025 as Rosa Barroso Day. Congratulations, Rosie. You want to say anything? Oh, come on. You love talking. Oh, now you don't want to talk. Okay. At this time, I'd like to invite Under Sheriff Christopher Carruthers to please come up for a special presentation for a good friend of the town of Miami Lakes. Please come up.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'm here on behalf of a Rosie, not a Rosa. So, and that is Sheriff Rosie. Regrettably, she couldn't attend today. She's actually in D.C. on her newest mission that she has up there with the FEMA committee. So it caught her off guard for here. Rest assured, her heart is here in this moment. So this is quite simply a certificate of appreciation, a letter from her. And on behalf of the men and women that serve with MDSO, it's a recognition of State Representative Alex Rizzo for his commitment in recent years of service in regards to the town as well as statewide for law enforcement. The two things that are cited in particular in this letter, without reading it, we're going to put it together in a nice frame for you, sir, very soon. But the idea is to say thank you. You defended police from harassment. Obviously, the HALO bill is so critical to the way that we do things. That law allows us to be safe performing that job without the fear of harassment and a distraction, quite frankly. And then in the town, I understand that there was some direct service that was done to increase the safety of the roadways for emergency vehicles. And so whether it's local or whether it's at statewide, it's clear that you're a strong advocate for us as well as the entirety of the town and your representation. Thank you from Sheriff Rosie and myself for all you do. Thank you very much.
Yeah, really. Where's the timer? Where's the timer and the hook? And the hook. Thank you very much, Under Sheriff. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And thank you very much to the men and women that you work with, and of course to Sheriff Rosie Cordero. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Thank you, everyone. Mr. Manager, Madam Clerk, everyone, and of course our Major Gonzalez. Thank you so much for all the work that all of you do. Thank you. I'm humbled. I'm humbled that you would take this time. I mean, you know, for my part in it, this is what I signed up to do, is to serve everyone in this room, to serve everyone that's in my district, and really to protect the true heroes in our society. So thank you very much.
Congrats, man.
For a minute.
You got it. You got it. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Council members, come to the dais. I'm calling the meeting to order of the Miami Lakes Town Council for May 20th, 2025 at 6:35 p.m. Please take all conversations outside chambers.
Councilmember Garcia.
Present.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
Present.
Councilmember Fernandez. Present. Councilmember Hertzberg.
Present.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Here.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Present.
Mayor Dieguez.
Here.
Mayor, you have quorum.
Excellent. Please rise for the invocation led by the Vice Mayor, Brian Morera.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Lord, as we gather here today to do the work on behalf of the residents, we pray for your guidance. We pray for your intercession. We pray in the name of your only beloved Son, Jesus Christ, that you give us the guidance and the wisdom to make the decisions that are in the best interest of our town and of all of their residents. I also want to pray especially for all of those who made the ultimate sacrifice on behalf of this country. Now, as we approach Memorial Day, let's keep the families of those in our hearts, as well as of all of those who are currently out there serving on active duty, on reserve duty. Whatever the case may be, bless them, protect them, keep them safe, and help us to always keep the best interests of all of our residents in mind. Amen.
Amen.
Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilmember Ray Garcia.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. All right, Council, we're now on item 5, the order of business. Are there any deferrals, additions, or deletions?
Yes.
Councilman Garcia.
I'd like to pull from consent the item regarding the vehicles for purchase. And also, I know there's a new business items that are pretty much similar. So I'd like to ask Councilman Sanchez if you'd like to mirror ours so we can tackle it together.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, but the item on the consent calendar, which I know you described it, but which item number is it?
Mr. Manager, can you?
It's C, item C.
C, item C,
Okay.
that's correct.
Perfect. Okay, so we're pulling item 12C from consent and consolidating items, just had it here, 16, 16J and 16, where is it? Oh, and 16E, there we go. Are there any other changes?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to
Councilman
pull.
Cuadra Garcia.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to pull item 12 Bravo from consent for discussion.
Okay, item 12B is pulled from consent. Anything else?
Yes.
Councilman Sanchez.
12H, the Royal Oak Standard, the Special Taxing District ID check.
Excellent. Okay, so item 12H is pulled from the consent calendar as well. Anything further?
Mayor,
Mr. Manager.
I can't make a motion, but I'd like to recommend that we move 15A to consent. It probably should have been in consent from the beginning. It's a perfunctory approval. I don't think it needs to be a lot of discussion.
15A.
And Special Needs Advisory Board advised that they will not be reporting tonight, so I'd like to just pull that from tonight's agenda.
Okay, we'll just go ahead when the time comes and we'll move on to the next report. And as far as 15A, is someone willing to make the motion there to, we're not the motion, but to sponsor the manager's request?
I'll sponsor it.
Okay, the Councilman Garcia sponsors to move 15A to consent. Is there, with that, is there a motion on the revised agenda?
Yep, I'll move it.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. You guys have it. We now, the agenda is modified as stated. Okay. All right, we are now in public comments. Madam Clerk, please read the rules.
Good evening and welcome everyone to the Town Council. Public comments are now being heard. If you want to express your opinion, please come to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and we will give you 3 minutes. Please, no clapping, applauding, heckling, verbal outbursts in support of or in opposition to a speaker or her remarks and will be permitted. And should a member of the attending audience become unruly or behave in any manner that disrupts the orderly and efficient conduct of the meeting, such person will be asked to leave the meeting. As well, we welcome public comments remote. We have a few tonight. I see them on the screen. Thank you for your patience. And again, if you need to speak or you need to listen to this meeting via phone or to participate in public comments remote, the only thing you need to do is please raise your hand by pressing *9, and IT will allow you to speak in a little time. Welcome again, and please approach the podium, state your name and address for the record, and welcome to the meeting.
Bonnie Cintron, 14770 Lewis Road. Good evening, Mayor Diegues, council members, Mr. Peterman, and staff. As you know, I generally come before you, speak in broad terms. I've never been good with details, but I prefer to try to see the big picture. And to say that you don't have much to do would be a ridiculous statement. You are very busy people. But you wanted to serve the community, so you worked hard to get elected and get where you are. Why does it seem that many of the lessons that you have learned in the past apparently are being forgotten and some of the same faulty decisions are being made? I'm referring specifically to the letter that Mr. Boris Foster wrote to all of you, where he reminds you of the proper procedures to be followed when dealing with issues pertaining to special tax districts. Mr. Foster has explained everything perfectly, and I urge you to pay strict attention to what he has said. There was another message you received that came from Claudia Luces, and I just want to add my voice to hers, because I'm in full agreement that we don't need to spend money on a comprehensive compensation study. Many of these so-called studies are just a waste of time and money, and I'm sure we can find other ways, better ways to economize, and we should save that money. For example, maybe we don't need quite as many vehicles from Miami Lakes Center, where for our freebie transportation. When you renew that, maybe we can take less of them. I don't know, but there are many ways you can come up with to save us money. One very good thing that I did see was that if I understand correctly, you're trying to rezone an area from a general use to a low-medium density single-family home use, and any time you can reduce a higher density use to a lower one, you'll have my full support and my gratitude. There's very much, though, as a governing body that you have to deal with, but this is the main huge issue that I want you to think about. It affects all of us, and that's the property tax situation. It has gotten out of hand, and gross injustice is being perpetrated on we the people. Please, I urge you to use your power of your office, which gives your words more impact, and I want them to be heard at the county level and in Tallahassee. Support Governor DeSantis' attempts to get some reform to the property tax misconduct, and get in touch with our county tax collector directly and urge him to modify what has been going on, because it's criminal. It's really criminal. People are being forced to sell their homes when they don't want to because they just can't afford to keep up with the property, always increasing, escalating property taxes. So in closing, I will add that I hope you have been looking into what can be done about narrowing the flight paths, the approach and departure configuration of the flight paths at Opa-locka Airport. And I would also hope that maybe you have gotten in touch with FP&L to see how much they would expect us to pay for putting the wiring underground in Lake Patricia, Lake Catherine. They probably expect us to pay a lot of it, but I was hoping maybe they would come up half and half. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, please come up to the podium. Thank you. Name and address.
Name Jesus Gonzalez. I am the property owner of one or two folios that are under the rezoning. I'm not sure if this is the time to address it, or if it's when the hearing takes place, as it's today.
You can use both opportunities. It's your choice.
Okay, thank you. So, Mayor and Councilman and Mr. Peterman, the reason why we're here, and it's the majority of us that are affected by that rezoning that we want to do on close to 74 Northwest 145th Street, is that we don't really see the benefit of rezoning that for the residents that live there. There are actually 10 properties there. Here today we have 6 or 7. I'm not sure if somebody else will be joining us out of that 10 folios that are against any type of rezoning, going from general use to real estate zoning. So we understand that the properties there basically are larger lots, and for multiple reasons, we just are against it, because we want to continue to have that feeling that has always been there. My mother-in-law has been in that location for over 30 years. I've owned one of the properties there for over 20 years. It is really somewhat secluded from the rest of Miami Lakes. There's a wall that separates it, and we're kind of on the other end, where right across from, there's an FP&L station, and then there's all across that street, there's a lot of commercial buildings that, a lot of them which are healthcare and other uses. But we don't, at this point, we are not in favor. The majority of us are not in favor, if not all of us, because there's some that we couldn't get a hold of, but of rezoning that location. I'm gonna let.
I don't know if it counts towards the same time.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, just really quickly. They can speak, obviously, it's public comments, and it's fine, but their testimony is not being given any weight. It's during the quasi-judicial proceeding that they would need to come up and provide testimony under sworn or not sworn.
In other words, for purposes of the record, if you were wanting to take legal action on the town's decision at some point, then you need to come back and put those thoughts on the record at that point. But you do have the opportunities, as I stated earlier, to speak now and also to speak later. So, but it'll be your choice.
Okay.
Would you like to come back then for the hearing? I mean, again, you can have both opportunities, but this one is timed.
Just to make sure I understand. So if we do it during the hearing, is that then we'll be able to?
Yeah.
Okay, so then I guess we'll wait until.
And I'll repeat this during the hearing, but one of the things that we're doing is our comprehensive plan already includes that's residential. So all we're doing is just matching our zoning to what's in the comp plan already. But I'll explain that during the hearing.
So
Understood.
the decision has been made?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
We're voting on it tonight. And then when we get to that item, there will be another opportunity for you to come and speak.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Next speaker. Hello, name and address.
First, thank you, Mayor, for allowing me to speak on behalf of a neighbor. So at the present moment, I am Claudia Luces, 8220 Mentiez Terrace, and comments on her behalf. Item on the consent agenda, authorization to award a contract for RFP 222512 for comprehensive compensation study. Mareto Peterman, and Claudia says that it is extremely disappointing to see the town of Miami Lakes moving forward with a $23,500 employee compensation study, especially at a time when basic maintenance and core services are visibly lacking, as seen in the attached pictures from the Roberto Alonso Community Center. She sent photos that I think you have on the dais. I did not bring copies to show here. Claudia then enclosed pictures that reflect there are a few yellow urine-stained toilet seats, an exit sign being held together by a piece of tape, and that appeared it would fall at any point, a water stain on the roof of the facility by the door. As residents of a town that spans only 6.5 square miles, we expect our limited resources to be managed responsibly and with a clear focus on the essentials that directly impact our daily lives, prioritizing this type of expenditure before addressing neglected infrastructure and maintenance issues sends the wrong message to taxpayers. Just as our roads have clear physical limits, so too must our payroll and administrative costs be kept within reasonable and sustainable bounds. Every dollar spent should reflect the needs and the priorities of the residents first, not internal studies that do little to improve the town's immediate quality of life. We urge the town to reconsider its priorities and ensure the taxpayer money is used with the utmost care, transparency, and accountability. Thank you very much. And that was Claudia Lucio.
Thank you for representing her well.
For me, I have a bit of a show going on. My name is Esperanza Reynolds, and I live at 8465 Mentias Terrace. And I'm here because of special taxing districts. I brought a copy of the 6 different ordinances the town of Miami Lakes administers. But let's just focus on the guard gates. Section 1, 94233, 31 years. 7 different HOAs beyond the guard gate. Lake Carroll, Cynthia, and Sandra are townhomes. Lake Elizabeth, most plots of land were sold for buyers that actually build their homes. The first were built by the Grahams and have consistent style and square footage. But once the Grahams stopped and sold the land, instead the homes got larger, the styles are unique. My favorite resembles a beach house, and the last few that were built got even bigger, to the point that I think there's a neighbor that can actually shake hands with the other neighbor through the window at the top. There is Lake Glen Ellen, the first homes built on the west side where we bought 44 years ago. I am aging myself. I just read the public comments of the person who actually owns the house that served as the model, and we sat in her garage for 3 days trying to qualify to buy the home. Then Regatta Point, which is condominiums, and the Anchorage townhomes, both with their own guarded entrances, the first just the gate and the last with a security guard. Then comes Loch Lomond, 82-2, 43 years ago. Then comes Royal Oaks, 25 years ago. The land was sold and the owners built their own homes. Then comes Royal Oaks Section 1, 96-7, 29 years ago. So do those look the same to you? When we read that the effort is to standardize guard gate services, that is not only impossible, but not appreciated because we lose our identity and our uniqueness. During a fall conference today with one council member, he asked a rather interesting question, that we focus our public comments. What item in the budget do we have issues with? And that was a brilliant suggestion. So thank you for providing that, because it narrows my focus. We all know I could write books. So why are there, so I'm going to give you the examples of the things that bother me in the budget. So why are there no funds on the line item that says property damage settlement? Are we forgiving everyone who breaks an arm? Have we ever collected? Do we file a claim against insurance companies? Please return to the correct way to charge for expenses and provide a time card that is punched in and out for every hour spent on our STD. 6% sounds right. And if that does not cover the cost, hire somebody on a fixed income, perhaps recently graduated students that are rotated every year to ensure that the cost is fixed to run the administration side. Return us to level 1 guards. Better yet, since all that is done at the guard gate is take pictures of the cars, oh my Lord, of the license plate, then how about hiring anyone at SFM that's willing to stand for 8 hours? And once the budget is redefined, the contingency reserve will be based on much less, since it should be no more than 10%. Our numbers hopefully will be no more than 208, which is what was promised.
Thank you, Ms. Reynolds.
No matter what I do.
Good to see you, and thank you for representing Claudia well. Next speaker.
Alex Ariano, Lake Glen Ellen. Here we go again. Just last year, 2 of you on the council voted, along with Marilyn Ruano and Luz Collazo, for an ordinance that specifies what property owners need to do to petition for any change that 50% plus one agreed to be charged by. This is the same process that was utilized to initiate the original ordinance 94-233. The petition to add new services at the guard gate must be initiated by us. Yet we read on the agenda that you plan to install 3 new humps at the guard gate. If that is done at the cost of the town-wide budget, have at it. But please realize that at the entrance quadrant, there are 4 stop signs, an aging community beyond, and to install speed bumps is illegal, just like the 2 speed bumps installed on Dundee Terrace that failed to abide by the mandatory distance from driveways that is required by law. You can't arbitrarily ignore traffic laws that are already on the books. If there is anything that the 50+1 property owners agree as additional services, just wait for our petition. In the meantime, be aware there is nothing additional that we want or need. By the way, the sign, Josh, the sign about having bicycles able to do the whole path is still up. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker. Name and address, please.
Kimberly Trellis, 16501 Northwest 84th Ave. I'm here, I'm here for a few things, so I'm just gonna keep it to one item for public comment, because I'll be bugging you later. I am here in support of item 12H, Royal Oaks ID check protocol, and I also wanted to make a mention that I believe they should be level 1 guards. Thank you.
Any other speakers in chambers? Okay. Welcome. Name and address, please.
Hello, all. Irene Gutierrez, 8025. I remember this time. Oh. Feels like if it's attacking me. 8025 Northwest 162th Street, Royal Oaks East. I am here to support Juan Carlos Fernandez motion for the asking for the licenses, that motion and that protocol. But I am also here because I have mentioned to neighbors and to John Yanes and others regarding our guard arms and the frequency, and those that live on the east or Royal Oaks, they know that the frequency of breakage because of the cars hitting it is a lot. But in section 1, where my daughter lives, there is a speed bump right there that forces the car to stop before the guard arm. That's money savings there because it doesn't break it, so we don't have to fix it as much. So I thought of that, and I also looked at the line item from the budget. I know this is not set in stone. Of the mailings and the paper and the ink, and it came out to $2,437 as a budget item, right? If we did do TVs, monitors, or whatever you want to call them, to state those messages on the guardhouse, rather than mail it, I don't think these things installed, like a 30-inch, because that's all probably the size for it, and this is hypothetically speaking, that's not going to cost that much. Within the year, we pay for this already. We make money there. We save money there. That was one of the things that I wanted to remind or express to the council to see if that was an option. Another option that I also thought of to save a little money, what if, well, I don't even know if this is going to be a savings, but as far as the guard, when they're on bathroom break, if we install a device where that guard arm can operate, can we save the money of that sergeant that supposedly goes around and doesn't to keep an eye on the guards? I don't know. But I thought, well, it's, we comply with the ordinance, and that's something that we should be doing because it's 24/7, and we're not now, when they go to the bathroom, that guard arm is open and anybody can go in. So I just wanted to share that with you if you wanted to save some money or added security. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Good evening, council members. Lydia Hernandez, 7941 Northwest 166th Street, Miami Lakes, Florida, which is the east side of Royal Oaks. I didn't understand, because it's very hard to hear in the back, why you said something about taking 12H out regarding reading the licenses. And maybe I misunderstood what you were saying, but I am in favor of reading the licenses, and I wanted to let you all know. And we all are in favor of trying to keep our neighborhood safer, especially at night. So I'm all for that item. Also, I'm in agreement with Irene about putting the speed bumps at the gate. While I don't like speed bumps generally, and on 79th Avenue there are now 2 already, maybe we could space them out, and instead of having 3, put 1 where it is now and another one at the gate and save money. I also agree with Irene and in favor of the TV at the gate. It would save on all the mailings, and I think it's better. Sometimes I don't get the mailings, especially the ones in the little cards. I never get them. So I think that's a good idea, and that the council should consider it. And we were supposed to have a guard arm that constantly works 24/7, but we don't have that. So sometimes you walk in, you come into Royal Oaks, east or west, and the guard arms are up, and it gives a terrible impression to the people. Sort of like, come on in, we're open in case you want to steal from us. That's the impression that I get, even though I don't steal. And I think if the guard arm was constantly down, if there was a system where the guard, when he went to the bathroom, when they changed guards, was constantly down, it would give a better impression to the people who are trying to come in and commit crimes in our neighborhood. And also, when I do my budget from my own expenses, I created my own version of Doge, which is Dole, since my name is Lydia. And what I do is I try to look for places to save money, not places to spend money. And it seems to me like every time we do a budget, we're looking for ways to spend more money, and the budget grows and grows every year. Now, I would like you to look at, and of course, when we saw the budget, paper does not refuse ink. So I can't follow the money. I was told I could find all that information online. I haven't had a chance to look. But I think we need to be able to focus more on saving money, and saving money in big ways than spending money. Since we're all on the train of spending money, and maybe the town of Miami Lakes should have their own Doge. And the last thing is, I do agree with the lady who spoke, because I think the airplanes coming in from Amazon into Opalaca Airport, unless they're paying my property taxes, they shouldn't be landing on my roof, and that's what it feels like all day long. And I don't know what happened to make things worse, but I think that also needs to be looked at. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker. Is there anyone else in chambers? Excellent.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Boris Foster, 15221 Menteith Place. My comment has to do with the special taxing district, and there's Loch Lomond, Royal Oaks Section 1, Royal Oaks East, Miami Lake Section 1, and I'm going to keep repeating that. They're called security districts by the town. And that label is a convenient shorthand, but when it starts shaping the thinking of the town and starts overriding the rights of each of the owners in each of these districts, it begins to become misleading, and it's dangerous. When the town acts as if there's no difference between Loch Lomond, Royal Oaks Section 1, Royal Oaks East, and Miami Lake Section 1, that's the problem. You know, each of the districts, Loch Lomond, 1982, that was established, Section 1, 1994, and Royal Oaks, Section 1 and East in 2000, they all have their individual infrastructure and services that were approved by the majority of the owners, and then by referendum by the residents of the districts. So every district, that's how the ordinance were made, and that's how the ordinance have to be amended. Every district has their own specific services, infrastructure approved by at least 50% plus one of the owners. And that is the first step in the formation and the first step in any amendment. So my message is simple. Follow each of the district's ordinance. honor and respect what was approved by the majority of owners and ratified by referendum. Each district must be treated as its own lawful established ordinance and not based on a push for uniformity and assumption about it being a security district. Thank you.
Any other speakers in chambers? Going once, going twice. Excellent. Madam Clerk, is there anyone online?
Yes. So I'm going to start. I have several speakers. So I'm going to start calling as I see them in my screen. Thank you, Help Desk, for putting the time. Mr. Abel Fernandez, are you ready to speak? I see you with a hand raised. Okay, I think we see you. I see you.
Great.
Go ahead. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Madam Clerk, and thank you, Mr. Mayor and Town Council, for allowing me to speak here tonight. I'd like to address several items. First, I'm in support of the checking of IDs during the hours of 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. for the Royal Oaks community, Section 1 and Royal Oaks East. I think it's a good deterrent to possibly prevent any unnecessary entry, and hopefully it decreases some of the vehicle thefts that are occurring. In regards to, at the same time, the budget that you're going to be setting for the special taxing district in our community, I spoke about this during your special taxing district meeting, and it's in regards to the level 1 versus level 2 guards. I believe that the job that has to be accomplished can be done with a level 1 guard, reducing our costs. I urge you to consider that as you approve this this millage for us, for the special, not millage, but the taxing for the special taxing district. And in regards to the employee compensation, I understand everyone has to be paid fairly and justly for a job done, and we want to retain employees. But we are a fixed income community in the sense of our taxing dollars. We're not a Doral, we're not a city of Miami Gardens, we're not Miami-Dade County. We only have X amount of businesses and homes that provide taxing income to the city. With that said, I understand that this job is not for everyone, but it could be a good springboard to get into bigger municipalities or bigger government. At this time, I would ask that you reconsider and think thoroughly on not approving this pay scale study. I believe that the almost $30,000 could be used for other expenses in the town. Again, I understand the need to compensate our employees, and they work and do a tremendous job. I don't think that this is the time for it. In regards to our time speaking, I've mentioned this before, 3 minutes to cover the entire agenda is very short. I ask you all to look into it and allow beyond general comments that are not related to the agenda to allow us to return and speak on each item. With that said, I'm almost winding up. Thank you for Council Member Alejandro Sanchez and Council Member J.C. Fernandez, and along with Council Member Stephen Hertzberg, that have taken the time out of their busy schedule to attend our meetings at the Royal Oaks Homeowners Association. Much appreciated as a resident and a member of their board of directors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes. Mr. Mark, I see a name under Mark Evergreen. If you're here to speak, just unmute yourself and welcome to the meeting. If not, I'll move on the list. Nelson, oh, yes, sir?
I was just going to say, I'm here to address some questions on an agenda item, so I don't need to speak right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for clarifying. Former Council Member Nelson Rodriguez, I see you on the screen. Welcome to the meeting. Former Council Member Rodriguez, can you please unmute yourself so that we can hear you? Please unmute yourself. We see your name in the screen, but we cannot hear you. We see you now, sir. Welcome. But you have to unmute yourself. Oh, well. We see you, sir. I don't know if you can hear us, but we cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Good
Now we
evening,
can.
sir. Welcome.
Excellent. My apologies for being technically behind. So I'm speaking to you on 12A, and so I'm talking to you about. We know that the employees are underpaid. We don't need to spend $23,000 on employees that are underpaid. We already know that. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to either divvy up that money as benefits to the employees, as bonuses, or maybe tuition reimbursement. Give that money back to the employees instead of spending it on a consultant to tell us something we already know. In the news lately, it's been coming out about information of a certain politician that we've known for years is not well, and all of a sudden now it's news. Okay, this is not news in Miami Lakes. We know our employees are underpaid, and what we're asking for is that, or I'm asking for, is not to spend that kind of money on a consultant to tell us the obvious. Have our HR department contact the former employees, maybe it's already in the information of our exit interview, and ask them, hey, why did you leave? We know it's a significant raise. So most of them will answer. We can also call through or public record from other cities and ask them, what does this category of employee make as a starting salary? We don't have to show any names. But these are simple things that we don't have to spend $23,000 on to find out of the obvious. Our employees are underpaid. My suggestion is that you look at other options. Employees, and as one person said, that all the employees should be doing only essential, all the monies in the town should go to essential services for the town. Our employees provide that essential service. And we can't continue to be the Miami Marlins, where they took a championship team and got rid of all the best players and now have a minor league team salary-based major league team. Miami Lakes is major league. We hire amazing young people who are super talented. We mentor them up, we educate them, and then they go off to another city and we start all over. We cannot continue to have this. Folks, I advise you to vote no on 12A. Miami Lakes residents are essential services, deserve essential services from our employees, which are essential, okay? They work through COVID, they're essential, okay? And that's why they deserve the proper salary. Council, Mayor, have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Take care over there.
I will continue reading the names. Mr. Oscar Martinez. Welcome, Mr. Oscar Martinez. I'm just calling the names that I see in the screen. If you're for public comments, just unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record. I also see iPhone Javier. And I see Ms. Ava Lafont. So again, Ms. Ava Lafont, iPhone Javier, and Mr. Oscar Martinez. Those are the names that I see. If you're here for public comments remote, please just unmute yourself and welcome to the meeting. Mayor, they're not unmuting themselves, so.
All right, public comments is now closed, and we're moving on to item 7, appointments. I'm going to read off the names of individuals who were appointed to various committees and have already been sworn in for their service. Although, if they're here in the audience, as I call out your name, please stand. Omar Sepulveda, Cultural Affairs Committee, appointed, there he is, appointed by Councilmember J.C. Fernandez. Ethan E. Rivero to the Special Needs Advisory Board by Councilmember Stephen Herzberg. Isabel Diaz to the Elderly Affairs Committee by Councilman J.C. Fernandez. And Stephanie A. Cruz to the Special Needs Advisory Board, appointed by Councilmember Angelo Cuadra Garcia. If you're here, please stand. Thank you. Thank you for agreeing to serve the community, and we look forward to your contributions. Thank you. With that, we are now on the manager's reports, item 8. Let's begin with the police major with his police report.
Good evening, Town Council, Mayor, Mr. Manager. I'm Jose Gonzalez, your Town Major, with the April Police Report. We'll start off with the crime report. We continue to be at all-time lows at almost 62% reduction compared to last year at this time. So the guys are out there working hard and keeping the town safe. We stopped about almost 500 cars, gave out 254 written citations and 192 verbal warnings for the month. Also, just want to touch up on the new sheriff's initiative on the cruise lights. I know the town just put it on social media yesterday that this is a county-wide initiative where all police cars will have their cruise lights. It's just a steady light on for high visibility to campaign. We've been doing that already for a couple of years here during the afternoon and midnight hours. So I think they like what the town was doing, and now they implemented it in the whole county. So the Bob Graham school traffic, we've been monitoring that for the last 2 weeks. Things have been going smooth as far as any residual effect onto 154th Street. There has been no backup on 154th Street. I think the first day of school, the first day we implemented on that Monday, could have been that some people didn't get the memo, so there was some small adjustments to be made, but every day since then has been real smooth. We've been out there every afternoon looking at things. I know I've seen Councilman Sanchez personally out there and Councilman Cuadro Garcia checking on things, and for the most part, we haven't had any issues. I did have seen maybe 1 or 2 cars inside Royal Oaks, but those seems to be like parents, people that live in there, that they just want to get kicked out or have to go the long way around, so they just have the kid walk, meet them in the car, and then just probably go home. So it's been working out, but the issue of the real big congestion traffic, fighting to make a left into the school against the northbound traffic, those days are over for now. So we've been doing a good job with that. Traffic on 154th Street, we've been working with the engineers to streamline things. I think they are a lot better right now as before. It's as good as it's going to get, but it is synchronized, and everything's working well. The light at 154th Street and 79 Court for Councilman Fernandez. I know that we have spoken about that, and they finally fixed it where the cars have room to come out now on 79 Court onto 154th Street in the afternoon, during lunchtime, and in the morning hours. So I think that's all solved. Any of the adjustments have all gone well, and we've been monitoring it, and I like what I'm seeing in the morning and in the afternoon. So that's a good thing. And we continue with the high visibility patrols. Obviously, the midnight high visibility has been working, and the enhanced traffic enforcement. And with that, I'll open it up for any questions.
Thank you, Major Gonzalez. Any questions or comments from my colleagues?
Yeah.
Councilmember Sanchez, you are recognized.
Well, first and foremost, thank you very much for the information about the no left turn at 79th Avenue. I know this was just a trial phase to see if it was something that we could install permanently for the beginning of the next school year, and I'm happy to see that we're having great success with that, not only with the exit of Royal Oaks, but with Miami Lakes Drive as well, without the backing up of traffic. I just have one question with regards to the reports that you submit to us. Homicide, 0 incidents year to date. First and foremost, amazing. Very happy to hear that because of the alertness that our officers have of being out there, being present, and being very visible. But the year to date, is that as of January 1st or October 1st?
January 1st,
January
for the calendar year.
Okay. Perfect. Well, but thank you very much, and I look forward to the luncheon on Thursday to to honor everything that
we advise all our staff, and we're looking forward to it. And thank you very much.
Anyone else?
Just thank you for all that you do. We appreciate it.
Any other questions or comments from the council? Hearing that,
couldn't-
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia, you are recognized.
Excellent work. Bottom line.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you.
Council, Major Gonzalez is going to be leaving early tonight. So if
feel
you
no
have
safer
anything
already.
unrelated to his report that you wanted to just run by him, now would be the time because he's going to be leaving in a little bit.
Thank you, Major.
Thank you.
Moving on to Director Santos.
Good evening, Council. So I usually do, I'll highlight this time our maintenance activities. Since the last time, we've completed several sidewalk repairs and streetlight repairs as well. And with that, we're also in the process of closing one of our drainage projects, Francesca Mary. We're doing what we call just the punch list, doing the final touch-ups before we put the final asphalt. And we're also doing the same in the Loch Lomond community. With that, I'll open up for questions.
Questions, comments from my colleagues?
Just one quick question. I know you.
Councilmember Garcia.
Can you kind of go over the 59th Avenue extension? I know you have a couple bullet points here.
Last time I highlighted that project. I'm just choosing a few, but I'll go over it again.
Yeah.
So since the last time we completed our survey, that's already been delivered.
Okay.
The consultant is currently working on the roadway design to send to us the 30% so we could review that. We've also completed the legal descriptions, and our legal team's working on certain items they have to work on as far as permission or agreements for construction within certain areas north of the project. We've also completed the relocation of the existing tenants, and at the moment we have in the procurement process the demolition services invitation to bid. We expect that to be in before the end of the month. Yeah, before the end of the month. So depending on review time, it should come before you for approval by June or July.
Where would you say we are as far as being on schedule?
I will tell you once we get into the permitting. So right now, design is progressing. So once we get 30%, we're working on getting the geotechnical services approval to go in. That one takes a little bit more time because they have equipment that exceeds, I believe it's 10 feet. So they have to get special FAA approval, and they're actually boring in the ground, so they have to get utility approvals. That one's taking a little bit longer, but the design is progressing.
Is there anything our third-party consultants can do to help you speed along the process, or anything we need to do as a council to help you speed the process?
If there would be, I would request it through the manager, but right now we're pushing to get things done as fast as possible, and as much as we can, we're assisting our consultant with our contacts in the county, and also through the manager's office. He's been helping us, and so far we're making consistent progress.
And last question, any way we can find out, I know it's every month you give us this report, but I'd like to see where we are as far as where we are, where we should be. I know there are things that are out of our control.
Okay.
And any access or any opinions from the third-party consultant of where we are, where we could be, where we should be.
Okay.
Just like to, instead of letting a month go by, if there's anything that can be communicated to us before maybe we can do something about, maybe make a phone call here, a letter here, whatever it takes. I mean, I understand this is a most complicated project that the town's ever done. It involves so many different stakeholders, FAA and the county and federal funds and everything. So again, the reason I'm asking these questions is because you have our support, and we want to anything we can do to make it easier for you and make it quicker for you.
Since the last hurdle that we went through, which was getting the design revision started, we have been making consistent progress. So we haven't seen much delays. So it's moving along fairly well.
No, I congratulate you for that.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor, can I just chime in on that just before we leave that point? The current phase that we are in, Councilmember Garcia, there's two things going on right now. As Omar stated, is the design, right? And the design is essential for many elements, right? So kind of things are interrelated. The other crucial thing that was important that we have to get resolved was what's called in Omar's world the right-of-way, certifying the right-of-way, right? And certifying the right-of-way means that now we have permission to run this road through this property, this property, etc. So at the beginning, there were 4 elements to certifying the right-of-way. We'd knocked already one off, which was the acquisition of the warehouse. That's one down. The other 3 that are left are a license agreement that we have yet still to negotiate with the Miami-Dade Aviation Department that has a lot of interrelated things with FAA and so forth. But the design is interrelated with that because they need 60% plans before.
We spoke to them, I think with 30, they want to see the 30 and see if they can proceed.
Okay,
with
and
that.
those are close, right?
Yes, they're
Right.
almost. Yeah.
So the plan design, before we can sit down with Miami-Dade Aviation to finalize the license agreement, they need the 30% plans. The other thing is the design will also affect the other two on the north end, north of the canal, which is going to be the little sliver that we need from the school board and the little sliver that we need from Caterpillar. In order to be able to sit down with Caterpillar and have a conversation with them, we need to have the plans done so we can provide them some input on what are the things that we're going to do to mitigate. They have a driveway on the southern end of the Caterpillar property. So in order to mitigate the access for that driveway, because as the road comes and approaches the bridge of the canal, it's not going to be a flat bridge. It's going to start to elevate. So that's going to impact the in and out from that southern driveway. So our designers are developing alternatives for Caterpillar to consider. So we can't sit down yet with Caterpillar until we have the plans further along, right? So the certification of the right-of-way, back to that, is we have the warehouses done. Caterpillar and Aviation, we need the plans to be further along before we can do that. The one that we are now going to start initiating conversation with to get that out of the way and check that box off is with the school board, the little sliver in the roundabout that we need from the school board.
So would you, through the chair, would you say the bottleneck right now is Miami Aviation and the school board?
I wouldn't call it a bottleneck, because a bottleneck, I would say it means that things are, we can't get something accomplished. We can, it's just a time thing, because the designer, they can't do what they have to do. This is a very complex project. They can't do, because, we basically had almost 90% plans before. Once we decided that we were going to reroute the roadway because of the impacts to the Caterpillar property, it almost, wasn't 100%, but almost required us to start the development of the construction documents all over again in the design. So it's progressing now, thankfully. Once these things, the approval by the FAA of the new route of the street and the acquisition of the warehouse, those things were major milestones that got us back up and running. We were in a bottleneck, and now I think that the log jam that existed in that bottleneck have been opened, and we are back underway.
So if we would reach out to Roberto Alonso's office perhaps to see if he can put some pressure on that, see if we move along. Because there's regular speed, and then sometimes there's Miami-Dade County speed, and we've all been we love the relationship we have with them, but there's sometimes we have to remind them they have a lot on their plate.
Yes.
So squeak a wheel, right? So is there anything we need to do in that end? Or I know Senator Garcia's representative is here on his end.
I don't believe that we need that right now, but
Okay.
trust me, if we were to need that, similar to what Omar stated earlier, if we needed any kind of access that somebody on this dais can help us with, trust me, we will not hesitate to ask.
Thank you,
So-
Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With regards to the sidewalk repairs,
Yes.
I'm aware that we're looking for a second vendor. How far along in that process are we?
So it's a second contract.
Yeah.
Within that contract, we're gonna contract multiple vendors as we've done in the past.
Yes.
That one, where's Rosa? I think that the letting date or the day that we get the bids, it's in the next 2 weeks.
Okay.
There's a review process. We gotta vet everybody that has submitted a proposal, make sure they meet the minimum qualifications and have the capability of actually doing what they said they did per the contract. So if everything goes well, it should be, what was I saying? But it should be coming before you June, I believe.
Okay.
for
So at
approval.
the next meeting, we'll be deciding if we approve
Yes,
or
if
deny
that,
for that
once
vendor.
I speak to Rosa, if that's different, I'll provide the update through the manager.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Seeing none, Director Santos, number one, thank you for including the time frame as I requested at
I
the
was
last
gonna mention
meeting.
that,
Thank you very much for that. And then I was gonna ask, can we also include, like, right under sidewalks, we have the 2005 square yards of replacement completed. right under that, can we have grinding numbers? Because I've noticed that there's a lot of sidewalk grinding taking place around the town, and it also helps us kind of visualize how much activity with regard to sidewalks overall we have all around the town. So is that a
So-
number that we can get?
Yeah, the reason it's not there because this year we have primarily done replacements.
Which is
yes.
good. I prefer
Yeah.
that. That's
What-
the proper solution.
If we, and that's why, because what we have found through our inspections didn't warrant a grind. It
Okay.
would have left too little of concrete and would have cracked. But when we do grinding, we do include it.
Okay,
in
so
yeah.
so it would be here if it was included?
Yeah.
Perfect, thank you. That's all I needed to know. Thank you, Director Sanchez. And with anyone else? No? With that, I'll turn it over back to the manager for item 8C.
Yeah, this is a very simple thing. The Veterans Committee asked that we approve a budget transfer from the 5K Veterans Run to grants and aid so they can make 2 donation checks totaling a total of $8,020. If you look at page 19 on your agenda, that's the transfer allocation, and it exceeds my budget authority, so we're asking for council approval. So I need a motion from the council to approve the budget transfer.
Is there a motion?
I'll move it.
Second. Moved by Councilman Garcia, seconded by Vice Mayor Morera. Any debate? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, the motion carries. Thank you all. We're now on item 8D.
The next item is our annual budget calendar that we present to the council every year right before the budget season starts. And some of these dates are beyond our control, although mostly all of the dates that are in black ink and black letters. The 4 that are in green letters are the ones that we have a little bit of latitude with, or a lot of latitude for the first 2, the 2 sunshine budget meetings. The 2 in September, which are the 2 budget hearing dates, those 2 are a little harder to manipulate as far as moving around because we have a lot of restrictions. They have to be so many days between each other. They have to be, can't be on the same day as the county, can't be on the same day as the school board. So what I wanted to basically do was to see, I know 2 of you indicated to me in briefings that the date of July 10th was going to be problematic. So what I saw was that there were 3 options. One would be, probably the worst option would be for the 2 that have conflicts, would be to participate remotely from wherever on the face of the earth you are at that time, in the middle of the ocean. The other option would be to do it on the morning of the 15th, and then that way we'll have the item before you on the evening of the 15th for the setting of the millage, right? And that's the problem. This council has to take action on setting the cap, the millage cap, by the end of July. The third option would be to not even address it before the middle of July, not even address it before the 15th council meeting, schedule the budget workshop or the budget sunshine meeting for later in July, and call a special council meeting just to approve the millage cap for the latter part of July, so long as we do it before the 1st of August. Those to me would be the 3 alternatives, or the alternative 4 would be the 2 that have conflicts wouldn't participate. But so I wanted to plant that for you and have you guys tell us what you prefer, so we can develop our roadmap and timeline for the budget season.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Through the chair, what is the date that we set the cap rate?
In July. It has to be done in July. We had scheduled that we would do it at the regular council meeting in July.
Is it the July 15th date, though?
That's right now, that's what the game plan is, to approve it that night.
Staring over there.
All right. Any discussion on this? Councilman Harrisburg. Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
She's
go
gonna answer.
ahead and answer questions.
Good evening, Mayor,
Good evening.
Council. The date that I need to submit to Miami-Dade County is August 4th.
August 4th, so that means our July meeting.
Yes.
And our July meeting falls on the 15th?
Yes.
That's the day? Okay. All right, so my comment on this is no. The sunshine meeting should happen, first and foremost. You don't blow that off. Second of all, I don't think you have it the same day as the council meeting at which we set the millage. We need time to digest it. We need time to properly analyze it. We need time to think of creative solutions, as these people have been asking us for at the podium. Make it earlier than July 10th. If we got to make it in June, we'll do it in June. Let's figure it out. But I don't think we just toss it in the morning of July 15th and then make a decision on the evening of July 15th.
Vice Mayor, the difficulty with doing it too early is that we get many estimates and budget revenue estimates from the state and the county, and if we do them too early, we haven't gotten them, or we've gotten really preliminary numbers, and it's not worthwhile for you to have a substantive conversation if we do the budget sunshine meeting.
We get that on July 1st, right?
Pardon me?
Yes, we get
July
the
1st?
the ad valorem by July 1st, but keep in mind that whatever is published for the agenda for the council meeting of July 15th, it has to be published a week before on our website.
On the 9th. On the 9th, right? Okay. I'll
Through
ask
the-
my colleagues,
yeah.
how are you on July 2nd?
Well, through the mayor.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with you in the meantime, but my position would be we should do a special call on the millage. Let's do it towards the end of July. We can even have the workshop before the July meeting, right? The July 15th meeting, before the meeting, we can have a workshop then, or a workshop any other time. And then have the special call meeting to set the cap of the millage a week or two later towards the end of July, giving us, though, a little bit of buffer in case something crazy happens. If we have to get called back, I don't think that will happen, but we've seen some things happen. So that's what I think we should do, is have our own meeting about this. Let's give it time. Let's give it the time it deserves. So let's have a meeting on just setting the cap of the millage rate a few weeks later. I'm one of the ones to the conflict. I'm gone from the 3rd through the 14th. I come back to 14th. I know Councilman Sench is also one of the ones with the conflict. I mean, we'll do what we need to do, but I think having our own meeting to set the cap, which I believe we've done before, makes a lot of sense. And have it a few weeks later to give us all enough time to digest. And give staff a little bit more time, too, to work the numbers and get us numbers we want.
Yeah. If we do a special call meeting, council, I'm probably looking at a sunshine meeting the week of the 21st sometime, and then a special call meeting the week of, like a week later or several days later, to give Melissa some time to compile and put into play the feedback from the sunshine meeting. So what I'd like to know is if there are any other conflicts, that would have conflicts in the second half of the month of July, vacations or any other conflicts. If not, then we don't have a specific date, but just any conflicts in the second half of July.
All right, so
If there's none, then we can, if somebody will make a motion that we move this sunshine meeting.
So I'll make a motion to move the sunshine meeting to the week of July 21st.
Is there a second? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
And the subsequent special call meeting.
The week of the
within
28th.
Within 7 days.
Yeah, the following week, yeah.
The following week, but before August 1st.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
I'll second.
Okay. Is there any discussion on the motion?
I'd like to move an amendment just to set the sunshine for Tuesday the 22nd and the special call for Tuesday the 29th.
I'll second the amendment.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on the amendment?
Anyone got a calendar conflict?
Make it work.
No. Any discussion?
On the amendment.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. And now we're voting on the main motion as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. The motion carries. Excellent. Okay. With that, Mr. Attorney?
I really don't have much. Right before I left on vacation, the legislature seemed to pass a bill. It was. The legislature passed a bill essentially having to do with emergencies, and it could affect some of the stuff we do down the road as far as rezoning. I'm not 100% familiar. I understand there's an item tonight. Pass it, but knowing that it could be an issue later. The bill hasn't even been signed by the governor yet. So It's hard to say, but I do want to put that on your radar screen in case you hear something back from us on that issue.
Do you know the date that it would take effect, the effective date of the bill? If he were to sign it, is it upon his signature, or would it be in July 1st?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I don't know.
I just wanted to ask.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, with that, we're moving on to item 10A, the Cultural Affairs Committee
Mayor,
report.
Mr. Mayor, I had a question for the attorney.
Oh, sorry. Before I move on, Councilman Sanchez.
So with regards to the agenda item from last meeting and the foreclosures on the non-homesteaded properties, how are we doing on those?
Go ahead, Mr. Manager.
Yeah, administration is doing our review first.
Okay.
And we're looking at all of the, whatever it was, 70 properties. Plus, what has happened is there have been a few more that have kind of now met that 3-month criteria that have now been added to the bottom of the list. So our staff is looking over and double checking and triple checking and making sure that they all still fit the bill and qualify. And once we complete that, then we're going to turn it over to legal for them to run title searches or whatever they need to do to do that double and triple check.
Good to know.
We've been checking, and they're working on it. It's it's real work.
Yep. Thank you.
Any other questions of the attorney? All right. 10A, Cultural Affairs Committee report. Is there a representative from the committee here? Excellent.
Yes. Now it's on, right? Good evening, Mayor, council members, manager, Madam Clerk, guess the attorney stepped away, and staff. I'm here to present our semi-annual report. I hope you have a copy in front of you. We have a list of the roster of the new members, and then I guess we have Omar over there, who's became a new member today. We go down the list, and these are the events that we had for our 24-25 fiscal year. We had the book talk back in September of 24, Hispanic Heritage Month, which we feature Argentina, in October 12, December 7th without Mrs. Claus. January 11th, we had a concert in the park. February 22nd, we have our Florida Memorial University chorale concert at the Methodist Church. And then we had our Women of Distinction ceremony in March. And then we recently had the Paint a Picture for Mom at the farmers market. As far as the initiatives, we look forward June 14th. We're having our Father's Day fishing tournament. If you have kids, please bring them. It's a fun day, and it's our tradition to have it. It starts at 8 o'clock in the morning, so you have to get up early to catch, your fish at the Graham Dairy Park. Graham Dairy Lake. The next item will be July 4th, of course, 6:30 at the Veterans Park. We have our concert at the Methodist. This year we're going to have Music for America, the Summer String Concert, August 16th at 7:30, again at the Methodist Church. Book Talk, September 4th, 6:30 here in the Town Chamber. We're going to have the author in person. Normally we've been having virtual presentations, but we're going to have a local author, and it should be an interesting topic to discuss. Also, I wanted to add, I know my next report will be in October, but we have our Hispanic Heritage Month will be October 4th. That's for the next fiscal year. And we're featuring Peru. We are, our team is working on the event. So we're getting feedback from them in our next meeting. And then we have the holiday book reading in December, and that's at 11:30 a.m. And future projects considerations. I'll take my glasses off because I can't see. We've been doing the Main Street Live, as you know. It's been growing. The audience has been growing. So this last one that we had last Friday was phenomenal. I think it was one of our best ones. They're all good. They're good bands. I always try to make sure that we get good music. So we're looking forward for next year. We're trying to see if we can move money around for our budget and bring some of the events to Main Street, some of the bands that perform for us. And then the next item will be the Cultural Center Collaboration Initiative. We hope to have public and private entities to establish our cultural center one day. And on that topic, I'd like to include this item, item 16B, which Councilmember J.C. Fernandez is proposing to have a plaque for design a plaque to commemorate the life of Hilario Candela. I don't know if you know that Hilario Candela is a well-known, iconic figure in the architecture community. He designed the Marine Stadium. He also designed Miami-Dade College, North Campus, Kendall Campus, and the Wilson Campus. And I think it will be an honor to have that plaque. Unfortunately, he passed away of COVID back in 2020. I worked with him a little bit with the restoration of the Marine Stadium, and I think having one of his buildings in our community, I think is very important. And on that, I think it could tie it up to your item of historic site plans, site map. We could have, a famous architect's building here in our town, and just basically, if that becomes a cultural center, it will be even more exciting. So next, we have, sorry, I'm taking a little bit longer. We have the attendance log. I guess we have to change this because of the new rules. Now it's going to be a rolling year. So we're starting May 14th. So it's a clean slate for, as you can see, those who attended and haven't been attending. So hopefully, we'll get quorum for our next meetings, and the minutes, and then our fiscal financial report. So we're trying to work with what we have, and luckily get sponsors for the next event. So I look forward for you to attend our events. I mean, we're trying to make them the best we can with what we have. So, you have any questions?
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the chairwoman? Councilman Hertzberg.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Chair, for coming. The Main Street Live, I've been to most of them. They're great events. My kids like them a lot. How is it looking on getting them to move forward next year? Are you working with different committees?
Yes,
I just want to make sure it goes forward.
Yeah, we had the fortune of having the Grahams sponsor those events. We had 3. We hope to have from January to June. So we'll see. I mean, our June concert, probably we don't have the sponsor for that one. But I'm working. We have tons of groups that want to perform for us, and they're very good. I'm trying to pick the best ones. So hopefully next year we'll get, if we can move more money around, we'll have the money. We'll be saving actually if we do the venue on Main Street. I mean, a major event like the 4th of July we'll do in the park because that brings a lot of more people. But for that venue, I think it's good working, with the merchants and the chamber and the economic development committee, who has been very supportive. Everybody has been very supportive. I think it's something that, like I mentioned before, we did it back in 2005 as a test. Then it faded away, and then when I brought the idea back, they loved it. So far, like I said, we're getting a bigger audience every time. You were there that night, for last Friday, and so was you were there. Mayor Dieguez was there. I don't know who else was there. So I encourage everybody to come. It's fun. Like I said, we're planning for the 2026 season. So we'll see. We're working on it. I'm excited about it. It's fun to do. So anyway, thank you.
Councilman Sanchez.
Hi, Felicia.
Hi.
First and foremost, thank you to the Cultural Affairs Committee. The committee puts on some of the best events that we have in the town. highlighted by 4th of July, and I'm very proud to say that, on behalf of Miami Lakes. With regards to the Hispanic Heritage Month, is it still the same venue here in the town chamber?
No, it's going to be at the Roberto Alonso. We outgrew the space.
At Robert
because
Alonso?
It's going to be at the Roberto Alonso, October 4th at 6:30.
Okay.
Because the space is bigger, and hopefully, because here, what I liked about this, people who just walked in from outside, oh, there's something going on, so they come in. So hopefully over there we'll have, because it's a little bit farther from the town center, but if we promote it well enough, and we so far we're going to have good groups of performers. I'm confident the team that is putting it together is going to do a great job too, like they did for the last one.
Thank you, Felicia, and thank you very
Thank
much
you.
to everyone on
Thank
the
you.
committee for all the hard work that they do.
Thank you. No, it's just teamwork, that's all. Not me, it's just teamwork.
Any questions of the chair? Anyone else? Thank you very much.
I enjoyed doing this. Thank you.
Without objection, show item 10B deferred. And we are now on the items pulled from consent. Let's take up item 12B, authorization to award a contract for RFP 2025-12 for comprehensive compensation study. I believe it was Councilman Cuadra Garcia who pulled this item, so go ahead. Do you have a particular motion, though, to get us in the proper posture for discussion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you explain that one more time?
Are you looking to support the item or to oppose it?
I'm actually, I would like to not support the item, so I'm
Okay.
against the
So then
item.
you're making a motion then to not approve item 12B?
That is correct.
Okay. Is there a second on that motion?
Second for discussion.
Seconded by Councilman Garcia, and we'll begin the discussion with Councilman Cuadra Garcia and then Councilman Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Basically, after looking at this item, we have very talented people working for our town with doctorate degrees, all kinds of degrees here. So basically, what I don't understand is, why do we need to go out for any kind of studies when we can do the best studies in-house? That's pretty much what I'd like to ask. I don't think there's a need. And if there is a need, let's do it internally. That's my proposal.
Councilman Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That we have talented staff, no doubt, that they do a lot more than they need to do because we're a smaller town. They wear many hats, absolutely. That they deserve to get paid what they're worth 100%. So I don't think there's any doubt on my mind how wonderful the staff is. But $20,000 for a study that I believe the information could be gathered internally through current sources. I myself looked at 3 or 4 different municipalities, our size and larger. Their key roles, their duties are clearly stated, plus the range of their salaries are clearly stated. And of course, the range of salary depends on the experience they bring and of course how long they've been there. But I think $20,000 could be better spent, for example, adding a police aide, which I've been advocating for years, than a study that I think could be done internally. And I realize you want to get the best bang for your buck, Mr. Manager. There is no doubt that you want to take care of your staff. You want to make sure they're getting what they deserve. And I agree 100%. I just think that we have perhaps our HR department and a couple other members could work on this and perhaps get maybe not exactly the information 100% as a consultant will do, but at least close enough for you to bring in front of us your recommendation for staff and how you want to handle staff salaries and bonuses. I'm always a big proponent, and I forgot who said it, but the person who said it, I believe in public comments, using it for bonuses is another idea. But I think that honestly our staff deserves bonuses and they deserve to be well compensated so they don't leave. Because I know there's a lot of pressure. You're good at your job and you're getting calls from other towns, absolutely. And all the organizations you're part of, I mean, you're constantly going to meetings with like-minded professionals and you're seeing what they're doing. And I'm sure when there's an open position, they talk to you about it. So we want to keep you here and we want to compensate you to the level you deserve. But I would ask my colleagues, and I would present a motion to consider doing it in-house, and I believe, or direct the manager to see if he can come back with a plan to see how we can do it in-house, and see how much savings we can get, and keep that money and direct it in other ways that we can add to the town.
I'll
I'll
second your motion.
All right. There is a amended motion to have the town staff conduct a similar study independently and internally by Councilmember Garcia, seconded by Councilmember Herzberg. Any discussion on the item? Mayor, gavel's yours.
I'll go ahead.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Okay, Councilman Herzberg, and then anybody else? And then Councilman Sanchez. And then I believe the manager at some point wants to opine. Councilman Herzberg.
And Councilman Garcia, I like your amendment because it doesn't necessarily shut the door. I understand the reason for the study. The reason is that you have a concern, that's Mr. Manager, that our employees are not paid market rate and we're losing good employees. I honestly don't need a study to tell me that. I believe that's the truth. And that's a decision that we as a council decide if we want to give you a bigger budget or not, and we have to work within that budget. But I also, and I said this during the Sunshine meeting, during the workshops, this is all public records, a lot of this thing. Some of it is not as easy, such as the total compensation, like other fringe benefits, and you can talk about that, what the study would provide. But I do believe that we would get enough, we have the brain power and staff, that I know for sure in HR, that we can get enough information that you can give us information from that internal study, let us know where you think we are, and then we can make a determination if we really need the extra information that this study would provide that we can't necessarily get through just public records and speaking with different municipalities. So I don't want to shut it down because I don't know what we're going to find in our own internal study, but there's a way to do it internally and save $23,500. I'm all for that.
Keeping with our order, I'm going to go ahead and pass it to Councilman Sanchez and then to the Vice Mayor.
Okay, just to clear up, so there's no future confusion. This item, 12B, is in response to our carry forward amendment where we approved 3 line items for a study to be no more than $60,000. That was approved at the last meeting. If we deny this tonight, even with the amendments, does it mean that we are denying just the contract being awarded to Evergreen Solutions and at the next meeting another company can be presented? Or are we amending it to the point that no contract will be issued and these funds will be reallocated for something else to the point that our staff will be completing the study themselves?
If this is only awarding the contract, if this is not awarded tonight, the money just sits in this account, in this line item, till the end of the fiscal year.
Because it's earmarked for this study.
Right, for studies. So the only way for that to change, right, if you wanted to reallocate it to whatever, you would have to come back with a budget amendment, which is an ordinance. It would require 2 readings to reallocate this to some other line item.
Okay. I just wanted to clear the air before we take a step that just brings it back to the table at the next meeting.
Yeah, and let me be a little more clarifying. If the money stays in this line item and it stays there through the end of the fiscal year and it's never spent, right, then it just rolls into, it's fund balance. It just stays as fund balance till the end of the fiscal year, and then next year it's just there as additional fund balance.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So first and foremost, I really do like Councilmember Garcia's amendment. Matter of fact, before he made it, what I was considering was actually moving to table the item, which would have essentially had the same effect as what he's doing, except he's actually putting an affirmative task on the staff to see if we can save the residents this $23,500. From where I see it, you know, I do understand spending money to create a better atmosphere for our residents. I'm sorry, for our staff and staff retaining. I understand that. However, my hesitance with this is that, again, during the carry forward process, we mixed together, we bundled together 3 separate items, and we assigned it this $65,000 price tag. My fear and my concern is I don't know how much the other 2 are, and I don't know which of those 2 are going to ultimately pass through the dice. I'd like to have the numbers on all 3 when I'm going to make a decision. So that was actually what was moving me in favor of tabling this item, but I actually really do think Councilmember Garcia's amendment is actually an even better solution, so I'll be supporting that.
Okay. Any other discussion or debate? Mr. Manager.
Yeah, just before you take a final vote, I just wanted to make a couple things clear. First of all, some of the comments that were made, obviously, hopefully as their leader, they view me that way. I completely agree that we have a staff that is second to none, right? And, you know, I don't want to keep anybody here hostage because they happen to live down the block or they like working here or we create an environment that makes them happy. Because each and every single one of these staff members have a family to take care of, right? And they can love it. They can love working here. But ultimately, they got to pay their bills and they got to support their families, right? And at the end of the day, praise and adulation, that works great for their pride, for their ego. That makes them feel well and makes them feel wanted, which is super important because morale is a great predictor of performance. But ultimately, each and every single one of these, they have their families to feed, just like each and every one of us, right? So it's important that we properly compensate them and not take advantage of the fact that they are here because they love the environment, because they live in town, because because their kids go to school down the block. To me, I think that is an abuse of certain privileges. The reason for this study is because I do not want to just do a haphazard study, right? Because this is a big deal, right? Every single penny that we spend here, as you know, is important. It's the taxpayers' money. It's my money, right? Because I'm a taxpayer. Each and every one of you are taxpayers. Every single penny that we spend is the taxpayers' money. So the reason for this was to do things methodically, logically, sophisticated, and have a true and complete study that analyzes financial compensation, benefits, the whole gamut. This company that we are recommending, they were one of 4 that submitted to the RFP. They were the ones that scored the highest on the evaluation. And when I say they scored the highest, they were head and shoulders above any of the other ones. The Evergreen Solutions is a company that's been in business for many, many years. They've done many similar compensation studies for other cities, big and small, school districts. They're based here in the state of Florida. They've done studies for the city of Jupiter, North Miami Beach, Doral, Sunny Isles, Coral Gables, Plantation. They've done many, many studies. This is their niche. They only do governmental compensation studies. They're not going to go to IBM and do a study for them. Their niche, the data that they have, the information that they have, for us to task our HR manager is a part-time position. It's not a full-time position. It's a single person. It's not like we have a human resources department, right? We have a single person, and staff time is a zero-sum game. In other words, if now I charge our HR manager, go and do this study, and it's going to take her, whatever, 2 or 3 weeks to bring back even a smidge of the information that Evergreen can put together for us, that's 2 or 3 weeks that now something else is not getting done, right? As we know, our staff wears multiple hats. They work head and shoulders above, you know, they're not clocking in, clocking out, and looking to see 5 o'clock, okay, I'm out the door. They don't do that, right? They work until the job is done. And that's part of the rationale behind properly compensating them, because I've seen it in my 6 years here far too often that we hire young, talented, all-star type employees, and then we lose them. I don't want to be the training ground for somebody else. I really don't. You know, I think that we're a major league team. I don't want to be the AAA team for some large city or the county or whatever. I want to retain our talent. Part of that is the environment that we create. They create, because all I do is help them create it, that family environment. Part of that is the financial compensation, because 2 and 2 is always going to be 4, and they got to support their families. So I just want to kind of put those ideas on the record. And you know, when you consider a multi-million-dollar budget, and not to diminish $23,000, right? $23,000 is $23,000, and it is what it is. But the number one asset that this town has is not this building, is not the parks, is not our roads, is not our trees. The number one asset that this town has is our staff, our human asset, right? And so for us to do or consider doing something that is not as good as we can for them, to me, I think is cutting a corner. If this council decides that that's going to be the way we're going to do it, we're going to get it done. You know, all hands on deck. We're going to try and get it done. But it's going to be inefficient, because there's going to be things that are going to not get done because we're spending time doing this. So I just wanted to kind of lay that put that out on the table. And just for your consideration, obviously you're the decision makers. We'll follow the direction of this council.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Councilman Garcia.
Thank you. And again, I agree with everything you say about the staff and what they deserve, 100%. And I think the staff knows, since I've been here, anything they need, I want to give to them, you know, and even adding more employees, helping with the grant department. The reason that I ask you to consider, or my colleagues to consider, you said it was this company has done this before with cities here in Miami-Dade County, and they're the best. What I would recommend to help your staff is that's also public record. The report they presented to these towns are public record. We can request that public record. We can request that report, and it could give a head start not only to the HR department, but if you want to assign another person, the assistant manager, perhaps office, since he honestly the man is a brain. He has a PhD. He's seen this before. I think that we have, again, you talk about our staff. I think we have the knowledge and the experience on the staff to handle something like this, and it'll give them the experience on reports, and perhaps in the future, other reports that we're considering, since if they do a good job on this one, which I'm sure they will, we'll actually consider them adding to their CV, right? Adding another skill role to their CV that can help them in the future, putting together these studies, and we can save money in the future. So that's what I would say to you, sir. I believe they deserve the maximum amount of money they can get, and also I believe they deserve a bonus-based commission structure that I've talked about in the past. The superstars should get compensated for their superstar performance. I'm 100% for that. So I would just consider. I say that for my colleagues' consideration. Thank you, Manager.
Any other discussion or debate on this item? All right, seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Yeah.
Mayor, Mayor and council members, we have someone from the audience that would like to speak on this item. I said that I would ask all of you if you allow him. He's remote. If not, you tell me and I proceed with the roll call.
Madam Clerk, we have a lot of ground to cover tonight. I spoke with the attorney who confirmed that it is in the discretion of the mayor whether to grant that opportunity or based on council motion. I'll turn it over to my colleagues, but yeah, just reminding everybody that we have a lot of ground to cover, and if we open this Pandora's box, we're going to have a stoppage basically at a variety of items. So with that, I'll give it a moment to see if anyone wants to make a motion. Okay, seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the amendment.
Yes, the amendment by Councilmember Garcia, seconded by Councilmember Hertzberg. Motion for the compensation study to be done in-house for town staff to provide information later to the council. Is that correct, Councilmember Garcia?
That's
that was
correct,
your
Madam
motion.
Clerk.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Hertzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
And Mayor Diegues.
Yes. And
The
please-
motion passes. The amendment to that motion passes.
Excellent. Please, is there any further debate on the main motion as amended? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the main motion as amended.
Mr. Mayor,
Yep.
can you just clarify for the benefit of our colleagues what a yes and a no means?
Okay.
So what everyone is going to want to do, since we just voted yes, is we're going to vote yes again. That's the simplest way to put it. Okay? All right, let's go.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra.
Yes.
Councilmember Hertzberg.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Diegues.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Excellent. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
So the motion was?
The motion was to have.
I got lost.
It was for staff to handle it internally, correct?
That was
Yes.
the amendment.
Yes, and which replaced the main motion.
Oh,
Yeah, the main motion was to just not to do it.
so the awarding of the contract is defeated.
Yes.
Okay. I want to be clear.
Yeah, and then with that, we're going to take a step back. I've been informed that there is a representative for the Special Needs Advisory Board here, so I'm going to ask her to come up at this time, and we're going back to item 10B, report by the Special Needs Advisory Board.
Hello. I told you I'd be back. Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Kimberly Trellis, and I have the honor of serving as the secretary to the Special Needs Advisory Board. First, I wanted to extend a heartfelt thank you on behalf of our entire board, because this council has consistently shown up, not just in words, but through meaningful action. Your support has really made a difference, and I'm confident I speak for everyone on our committee when I say thank you. So tonight, I'd like to share information about 3 upcoming events that reflect our mission and values. The first is the Demoya Foundation Meet and Greet, happening this Thursday at 6 p.m. The Demoya Foundation is dedicated to creating employment opportunities for young adults with unique abilities. Their work is not only impactful, it's also transformative. They empower individuals to lead purposeful, independent lives, and their mission aligns beautifully with our goals as a board and as a community. The second, which was already mentioned by the Cultural Affairs Committee, the upcoming fireworks at Veterans Park. We are going to have the sensory room open at the Mary Collins Community Center, so I invite anyone that needs a sensory-friendly option for 4th of July celebrations to please join us. And lastly, we have Gigi's Playhouse Pickleball Tournament, which takes place on August 30th. Gigi's Playhouse continues to be a vital resource for families and individuals with Down syndrome, providing free educational and therapeutic programs that promote confidence and independence. So all those pickleball players that I saw here last month, I hope they could come out and support. So with your support, we would like to request that the Special Needs Advisory Board logo be approved for use as a sponsor on materials for these events. Having our logo present not only reinforces our partnership with these outstanding organizations, it also demonstrates our town's ongoing commitment to inclusion and advocacy. So I kindly ask that a motion be made to allow the use of the Special Needs Advisory Board logo as requested. Thank you for your time, your trust, and your continued support.
So
Thank
moved.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, we're now back on 12C. We're not back. We're getting back to the items pulled from consent, but we're on 12C, authorization to negotiate with Miami Lakes Auto Mall for fleet replacement. Who was the council member who pulled this? Okay, Councilman Garcia, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is, I know I spoke to the manager earlier today about these vehicles, And as you know, I'm an advocate for trying to save money anywhere we can and replacing our current, any chance we get to replace our current fleet with electric vehicles. I'm for, I know, Mr. Mayor, you're also an advocate, and I know a lot of the of my colleagues are as well. I'm a little concerned because, again, I want to do business locally. I want to do business with our local Miami Lakes Auto Mall. I'd love to do business with them. What I'd like to see if there's an electric option for this. Instead of leasing a car and then turning it in after a while, it's all about cost of ownership throughout the entire life of a vehicle when you're determining this. Once we pay off any electric vehicle, it's going to be ours. We're not paying any more monthly. Electric vehicles last hundreds of thousands of miles to up to half a million miles. They include not only generators, but also they include a generator, and a lot of them come with air compressors, absolutely, which would be you don't have to buy a separate compressor or a separate when you're going to work anywhere. You don't have to buy a separate generator. So I would ask my colleagues, it's 2025. When are we going to make the transition, not to saving the environment, that's fine, to saving money? Electric vehicles save money because they save on the cost of ownership. You're going to reduce 50% of your total maintenance. All you need, honestly, is your tires. That's it, because the brakes, there's regenerative braking. You don't have to change those brakes forever. And honestly, you don't have to spend money on gas. And I know we've been talking about putting electric chargers here in the town. It is time. We are way behind the 8 ball here. Every other town, every other city in Miami-Dade County has an option, or at least one vehicle. I think it's time we do it, and I think it's not only, it's good to have clean air, but it's also going to save us money in the long run, which we can put to savings on our taxes and also other projects that are needed. So that's my why I pulled it. I'd like to make a motion to consider electric vehicles for this contract.
Is there a second?
I'll second to discuss.
Okay, excellent. Councilman Herzberg, you're recognized for discussion.
Thank you. And Mr. Manager, correct me. I mean, I believe you might. Do you have hybrid options on or electric options on here yet, or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, first of all, I don't know anything that much about electric cars. I do know they cost a lot more, at least upfront cost. And right now we're focusing on replacing 2 pickups and the Crown Vic?
Yeah, it'll end up being either 3 pickup trucks, 3 full-size pickups, or 2 full-size pickups and a small pickup.
Right.
To replace the 2 pickups and a Crown Victoria that's 1,000 years old.
Okay, exactly. So for the pickups, I think it's just cost prohibitive. I'm not aware of any electric pickups that are less than 70, 80 grand, if not more. I know Ford has some. I don't know how much they are. Maybe for the Crown Vic, a small. I don't know the exact uses we use for the Crown Vic right now, but maybe a small type of electric vehicle could make sense for the Crown Vic. I think for the pickups, I don't think we have an alternative that fits a budget. I like the leasing because it forces us not to have the same thing right now with the worst and most aging fleet of vehicles in Dade County. The lease requires us to just continue to change. Maintenance should be pretty low in a lease. I'm open to seeing better options. I don't know if there's a viable option for pickups. Maybe there is for the replacement of the Crown Vic. And I'm open to see the options, but I do think we need to. There's some vehicles that need to get done and need to be moved forward, and we have the money now to try to start that.
Yeah, and remember, this item is not you making a final decision on it. This is authorizing us to go and negotiate with the auto mall. We did an informal survey, which some of the data is on your page 213 of this item. And we looked at the Florida Sheriff's contract, we looked at Sourcewell contract, Miami-Dade County contract to see about piggybacking, and then we also had some inquiry directly with Miami Lakes Auto Mall, our hometown dealer. And right now, the Miami Lakes Auto Mall was providing us the best rate. I know that our paradigm is always when we think about leasing that we go and we try and compare it to our own personal leases when we go and get our own car. When you're looking at either corporate, commercial or municipal leases, the rates are completely different as compared to an individual personal lease. With regard to consumption, and as far as just even the numbers we got from Miami Lakes Auto Mall, they do have a Chevy Silverado electric vehicle option. but the rate was over $200 more a month for the electric vehicle. Most of the manufacturers do not make those kinds of vehicles in like a work truck, right? So they make the electric vehicle, but it's going to have a lot of bells and whistles, things that we don't necessarily need to accomplish our mission. So to get just a plain Jane stripped down pickup truck that will help us accomplish our objective, the gas is significantly less because they don't have the EV, the electric vehicle, in the plain work type truck. With regard to consumption, I know, Omar, I don't know if you want to come up and speak a little bit. He did some analysis with regard to, one of the biggest differences is what Councilmember Garcia mentioned, which was the maintenance. And one of our hopes in negotiations is to get some concession from the dealer with regard to oil changes and things of that. But I don't want to talk about that ahead of time. But with regard to fuel consumption or energy consumption, whether comparing the EV versus gasoline, there is some data that Omar had put together that the difference is not as stark as one would think. But
Yeah, as the manager mentioned, in the table there is a column which I got the information from the fueleconomy.gov site. So these are estimates from that site. I felt it was a good source to cite for now, and as we dig further into this, if we find anything different, we can provide it. But the difference, we're looking at approximately $1,400 for the year between a gas Chevy and a EV Chevy. That would be the first one and the fourth one. And then once we go into the smaller trucks, the difference is more.
Mr. Mayor, if I have a question for the manager.
You may ask the question. You're
Oh,
recognized.
of course. Thank you. Right. This is just to negotiate. So you can come back to us with more data on the
correct.
when
We
you
would be
negotiate
bringing
with the
this back
electric
next
and
month
right.
with specifics. Hey, this vehicle with this VIN number, and this is the bottom line dollar, and this is any other things that we've been able to, a concession we've been able to get from the dealer with the final, and we'll bring that. Our hope is, and our intent is to bring it back to you in the month of June so we can pull the trigger on this.
So Councilman Garcia, I guess your motion is just to make sure that we include electric in that offer so we can make a good decision. I'm all for that if that's what we're
Yeah,
talking
absolutely.
about.
If we can include electric vehicles, and I know Ford has work Lightnings. I mean, their work Lightnings are a lot less, just to take a look at the differences. I know the Silverado is not a work truck per se, but I just would like the options. And if you can give us a 10-year cost of, the cost of ownership between the continuing to pay a lease every single year, because we're gonna have to turn this in eventually, and right? We're not buying them, we're leasing them,
We can buy it out at the end of the lease.
right? Are we eventually gonna purchase these?
No, sir, the intent would be, if we were to lease them outright, our intent is to continue to rotate, to the point that Councilmember Hertzberg made, is, so we never get in the situation that we are now, where our vehicles are embarrassing to the town and they're falling apart. The lease, it's inherently obligatory to just keep turning the vehicles over, and they're always going to be in top condition.
Sure. I'd just like to remind, real quick, and I know we're in a hurry, police departments all over the country are converting to police, and no car, there's no vehicle in a fleet that sees more miles or sees more damage or sees more action than police vehicles, and a lot of departments around the country, around the world, are turning to them because the 10-year cost of ownership is done. Once we finish paying for this truck or car, that's it. There's no more monthly payment. So that's it. You're not paying a monthly payment for this vehicle, and the savings start adding up and up and up. And again, these cars last hundreds of thousands of miles, of half a million miles. So I just want to, if you can add that to the the cost, I guess, comparison, so we can make a decision next time. I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First and foremost, I do want to point out that Miami Lakes Auto Mall does, one of the three options that they are providing is an electric vehicle. The Chevy Silverado is the 1500 EV, which is their electric pickup truck. Second of all, the ones that you're mentioning with the air compressors, with these electric, and I say this as somebody who has done the research on electric vehicles, owns an electric vehicle. With these vehicles, the second you start adding add-ons, that's when they get very, very expensive. Otherwise, the cost of entry is marginally higher. That being said, to something else that you said about shopping local, obviously, we have very, very good connections with Fred, with the Auto Mall. That being said, I am also a big fan of what's it called? Capitalism. And so I'm going to put Fred on his heels a little bit and make him compete with some of our neighbors. You know, why not contact Motor Breeze? We have several Motor Breeze brokers in the town. My own car came from a Motor Breeze broker who's on Our Lady of the Lake's dad, Alan Gonzalez. Let's reach out to them as well. They get very, very good rates from dealers, not just here, but across the country. We are still supporting a Miami Lakes business and possibly saving some money. Third point, I know, I'm pretty sure I asked this the last time this issue came up, but I'm going to ask it again because I forgot. What does a vac truck operator do?
The vac truck is the big giant vac truck that cleans out the
So why do they drive a Crown Vic?
Well, that's just their alternative vehicle, because sometimes they have to take it to the shop, they have to do certain things. Sometimes when certain weather conditions are out there that they can't go and do, when it's raining, they may be tasked to do other things, so they're not going to drive this big giant vac truck around. So they have this alternative vehicle that is their secondary vehicle for them to move around in.
Got it. Okay. That being said, then,
Omar,
go ahead.
I'm sorry.
And there's also equipment that as like an assistance vehicle, that there's equipment that is carried in the Crown Vic.
What kind of equipment?
We can have hoses, we can have cones, we can have parts for the main truck.
Okay.
You name it.
Either way, what you're saying goes with what I'm about to say. I think there's no reason whatsoever on any of the public works department vehicles that it should be anything above a Chevy Colorado or a Ford Ranger. Those are the vehicles that make sense for that department. For Parks and Rec, I do understand sometimes they do need the slightly larger trucks because they're helping prepare events. They need to move the big canopies, the big tents, and haul the big trailers of the town. Those I understand. It can be a full-sized pickup truck, but I think that the small pickup trucks make a lot of sense for public works unless you say otherwise.
For us, we've actually had that conversation. I think the agreement was opposite.
Really?
For the main public works vehicle, we do need the larger one. That's where we carry most of our emergency asphalt patch equipment.
Okay.
We carry, if we have to put a sign that's fallen, those are
Would
usually
that fall
longer.
under the inspector truck or the general services truck?
No, the inspector. General services, that is the facilities team.
General is the facility.
That's
currently
an expedition.
What I'm thinking is, I look at this and I see an inspector truck, and I'm like, okay, well, an inspector doesn't need a truck, period. They're just inspecting. You know, it doesn't
Our
require.
inspector does a little bit more.
I get it, which is why I ask. And then I see a Ford Expedition, and I'm saying, well, a Ford Ranger and a Ford or a Chevy Colorado probably can carry more than a Ford Expedition. So what you're saying is you think the vac truck operator can go off of a small truck?
Yes.
Okay, so let me just, small. And then the inspector off of a large, off of a full size.
The public works inspector, yes, full size.
And then the general services can be a small truck?
Yes, but that is not one of the ones that we are.
Which are the ones, this year is
So this
Parks,
year would be-
one for Parks, one's for Public Works, and one is the vac truck?
It would be truck 001, truck 003, and the vac truck operator or the Crown Vic. That's the first three.
Oh, okay, sorry. I was just looking at the whole chart. So 001 is the Parks and Rec. Those two, you're saying that Jeremy agrees that those could be small trucks as opposed to full-size pickups? He's not here.
He's not here, but we had a conversation. If
definitely
it's
speak on his
different,
behalf.
we'll share that through the manager, but that was our preliminary conversation.
Okay. That's what I was just going to say, that we don't need to jump straight into the 1500s, right? Like the Silverado 1500s, the F-150s, and the Ram 1500s. On a lot of these vehicles, these Ford Rangers, they're very capable trucks. They're very presentable. They look good. I saw the Maverick in here somewhere, also a good truck. Definitely, and frankly, the Chevy Colorado from Miami Lakes Auto Mall is the absolute most affordable option on this entire table. Just pointing that out.
Councilman Sanchez.
I just want to point out about electric vehicles because I have owned them in the past. Due to their weight, their tires are, their life cycle is not as good as they are for gasoline cars. Your average electric vehicle, their life cycle is somewhere between 10 to 15,000 miles, as opposed to a gasoline car somewhere between 30 to 40,000 miles. So that is something that has to be taken into consideration too. On the flip side of that, well, not really on the flip side, on the electric side, if you look at the market now, the trade-ins on electric vehicles are through the roof, and their values are, even within 6 months, 50% of what they were when they were brand new. There is a massive downturn in the electric car market right now because the market is peaking, and our police departments are not using electric vehicles. I don't know if other municipalities are using electric vehicles, but I am not in favor of having an electric car. Not just that, in case of emergency, we have hurricane season right around the corner. How are we going to charge those vehicles if we don't have power because our power lines go down? It is not just a micro situation, it's a macro situation of an issue that hits and it extends beyond just savings of gasoline. So this is an analysis that, is more than just maintenance and things like that. It's more of a cause and effect of having an electric vehicle in case of an emergency and not being able to get to certain situations because of lack of electricity. So I just want to put that out there against electric vehicles.
Would you like to respond?
Absolutely.
Councilman Garcia.
Amazon, our own post office, everybody's changing to these vehicles because they make business sense, and they take that into consideration. We have, again, we also, I'm not saying the entire fleet, but guys, we got at least one because it's just time to at least show that, what are the savings. If in that one it shows, hey, savings are not there, then we won't do it again. But again, private companies like Amazon are doing it. Their majority of their fleet's converting. You see the little Amazon trucks; they're all electric, and they handle packages that weigh thousands of pounds, and they handle the tires just fine. And I understand what you're saying, but again, it's the way to go long term, guys. If we stop paying lease payments, we're saving money, and again, they're white, so they're not gonna get too dinged up. We can wrap them if we have to, but what I'm saying is, I think we should follow what the market is saying. And actually, the fact that we're going to keep them, we're not selling them. So the fact that they're going down in price and resale in price will tell you, we're going to keep them in the first place more than 10 years. So again, and these batteries are usually after 10 years, they're recycled into battery storage. After 10 years, they only lose maybe 5 to 7% of their charge, so they're recycled. And the battery is the most expensive part. They're recycled. We could sell them to battery storage. A lot of companies are recycling that. So again, I understand what you're saying, but the market has spoken, and fleets are turning electric for a reason. And it's not to save the environment; it's to save money. So I like to just make sure that my colleagues are aware of that, and I think it's time we at least have one vehicle that's electric to show the difference between that and gas. And if it doesn't save any money, fine, we'll move on. Thank you.
Through the chair.
Councilman Cuadra Garcia, go ahead.
How are our freebies doing? Don't we have Tesla freebies? Are they not doing a great job? So
we don't own them.
Okay, but I mean, are they doing a good job? Are they delivering something good for you? They're not. So there's the proof of the pudding. So I just want to reiterate to Mr. Garcia's comments. I think if Amazon is a world company and they're doing it, let's follow the leader. Number one, no oil, no moving parts that break. You don't have to, there's nothing to change. No oil filters, no nothing. And it doesn't affect our footprint. It's not going. We need to take care of our environment. So I think it would be a great idea if we look into Ford's got a good deal. I spoke to a gentleman last night that just bought a brand-new electric one. So I think we should also consider Ford, between Ford and Chevy. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the motion?
Mr. Mayor, just a point of order. What motion are we on? We had a motion by Brian, a motion by.
Oh, I may have missed yours.
I thought you made a motion to make sure Motor Breeze.
Yeah,
or just,
he was more
just telling
speaking.
them. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
All right, I just wanted to make sure we're in the right
Just
spot.
clarify my motion. My motion would be to instruct the manager to take a look at the options we have with electric vehicles, with not only, Miami Lakes Auto Mall, which is amazing, but other opportunities like the Vice Mayor said. And I like just a comparison to what the costs were going to be between both. Remembering that if we purchase it, after 3 or 4 years, we're not going to lease anymore. The savings with the lease, savings with the gas, the savings with everything. Electricity in Florida is what, 14 cents a kilowatt hour right now? It's almost nothing. To fill it up would probably be like $11 as compared to 50 or 60.
Yeah, with the money.
$8.
With the funds that were allocated during the carry forward amendment, we do not have enough money to outright buy any of them. Because I think there were, I think, 16,000 and change. So we don't have the money to outright buy. Well, because we had done it with the thought process of leasing 3 vehicles. And it would only be the lease payments that are due from now until the end of September through the end of the fiscal year.
Okay.
So as far as dollars, we don't have enough to actually go out, even to buy one, we don't.
Well, if you could add to perhaps.
But we'll negotiate leases, we'll do that, we'll look at the electric vehicle, but.
Again, and I know we're on this. I'm trying to figure out ways to save money in the long run. And leases, for the most part, are a continued expense that we have to continue to pay on a monthly basis every time we turn. I'm trying to figure out a way that we can save money and not lease. Once we pay that lease, that purchase off, the savings that's going to include, that we're saving, not having to lease, and it's ours. So that's what I mean, if we can put together just numbers on both options, from all the vehicles to maybe just one, maybe a Toyota Prius for the car to replace the Crown Vic, which, by the way, a Crown Vic volume is, well, whatever you decide. The Crown Vic, by the way, a lot of people will line up to buy that car. But just my motion is to go ahead and have that comparison and present it to us in the next council meeting.
In essence, just to restate the motion then for everybody before we proceed to a vote, is to go ahead and authorize the town manager to go ahead and begin negotiating this, but to look beyond just the auto mall and also to consider electric vehicles, correct?
Correct.
Okay, with that said, let's do a roll call vote. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Quadra.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
He stepped off the dais at the
Sorry,
moment.
he's absent. Councilmember Hertzberg.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Diegues.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Excellent, thank you. We are now on the last item that was pulled from consent, item 12H, Royal STD ID check.
I pulled it.
Page 275. Councilman Hertzberg.
I pulled it.
Well, yeah,
Pardon me, it was Councilman Sanchez, you're recognized for motion.
Thank you. I pulled it because as I'm reviewing the protocol, it's showing hours of implementation from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. During the meeting I had with the manager, bless you, I requested to know if that is the same time allocation that we have for Loch Lomond. Mr. Manager, were you able to find that out?
Jeremy. What are the time for the ID checks in Loch Lomond? 24/7? Okay.
Okay. The reason I'm hesitant to move forward with 7 a.m. is because high schools start very early in the morning, 7:20 in the morning. So school buses really travel through residential areas starting around 5:45, 6 in the morning. So what I would request is to amend it to end at 6 in the morning instead of 7 in the morning.
Through the chair.
Well, just to be clear, there's no motion presented right now. So, Councilman Sanchez, if you don't mind, just to get us in the proper posture to discuss this,
yes,
please make a motion as to its approval or not.
I put a motion to amend to adjust the working hours.
Okay, well, then you want to go ahead and approve this subject to exchange?
I want to approve this subject to the change of it being implemented, instead of from 10 a.m. to 7 a.m., from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m., from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Excellent.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilman Fernandez.
Actually, here's why I'm in favor of it, and it's really clear, because I don't want this to fail. I don't want, and I think that the longer the hours are, the more traffic there's going to be, and the more backup there's a possibility for that. So even though came up with the item, I think that if we can restrict it to a little bit earlier, where I believe that it's going to have a less of effect on traffic and the beginning of the buildup, I'm all for it. So that's my.
Any further discussion? Councilman Herzberg.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. The reason that I discussed this with JP, it's a natural, and JP, you want to confirm it, the 7 a.m. is a natural shift change, is that correct? So I will say that I agree, 6 a.m. it makes more sense. I think that's what we all originally wanted. We went to 7 a.m. after discussions with JP because you're going to have the guard checking their watch. I mean, I agree, 6 a.m. makes more sense. Just understand that there's going to be a guard that the whole entire day, the whole entire shift, they're asking IDs, and then there's that 1 hour of the day that they won't. So it won't be perfect, but I'm fine with making the change to 6.
Setting an alarm.
Any other members wishing to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Excellent. All right. Is there a motion on the consent calendar?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The consent calendar is passed. And that brings us to item 13A, ordinances on first reading. Mr. Attorney.
All right, two things.
Well, you need to read the ordinance.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm
Well,
going
you
to
gotta go ahead and read
I'm going
it,
to read
right?
the ordinance first. The first one we're going to do is 13A.
Yeah.
An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending Article 4, creating new Division 6, RM-30, medium-low density residential district, renumbering existing divisions 6 through 26 to divisions 7 through 27, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for findings, providing for direction to the administrative official, providing for repeal of laws in conflict, providing for severability, providing for inclusion of some portions in code, providing for exclusion of some portions from code, and providing for an effective date. I also need to read something because these are quasi-judicial proceedings. What I'm about to read is not only applicable to 13A, which I read, but it's also going to be applicable to 13B, which will be next. Please be advised that the following items on the board's agenda are quasi-judicial in nature. An opportunity for persons to speak on each item will be made available after the applicant and staff have made their presentations on each item. All testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to be either cross-examined or sworn, your testimony will be given its due weight. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the board to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. Persons representing organizations must present evidence of their authority to speak for the organization. Any person presenting documents to the board should provide the clerk with a minimum of 10 copies. Further details of the quasi-judicial procedure may be obtained from the clerk.
Mayor?
All right.
And
Mr.
before
Manager?
we begin, I just want to state for the record that the clerk has received all the ex parte communications from the elected officials on both items that the town attorney read. No communications have been held. Just wanted to state that for the record.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Manager.
Yeah, what we have here is RM are the multifamily residential designations. We have 4 of them currently in the town. We have RM 13, which means 13 units per an acre. RM 23, which means 23 units per an acre. RM 36, which is 36 units per an acre. And the most dense one is RM 50, which is 50 units per the acre. We kind of looked at it and we said that there was kind of like a hole in between RM 23, which allows 4-story construction, and RM 36, which allows 6-story construction. So that's why we are proposing to, unrelated to any project, all we want to do is embed into our code a new designation which would be available for this council to someday use, is RM 30. There is one caveat, is in the code, our intent was originally from the beginning was to split the difference between RM 23 and RM 36. So that's why we came up with the RM 30. But our intent also was to split the difference on stories, right, on the number of floors. So RM 23 is 4 stories, RM 36 is 6 stories. So in here, we kind of restricted this at 4 stories. What I would like for the council to consider is moving that to 5 stories. So that would be the only modification to the ordinance that we'd ask the council to consider.
Through the chair.
And reminder that this is first
Councilmember
reading.
Garcia, you are recognized.
So you're effectively creating the 5th story option, but you're keeping the 4th? So you have 4th, 5th, and 6th story options for development?
None of the other options change. All we're doing is sliding a new option in between there. It would be RM 30, which means only 30 units to the acre, and it would be restricted at 5 stories. And whatever the right, because they also have, the height restriction also has a foot restriction. So whatever corresponds with 5 stories, we would insert there. So I asked that amendment be made to this item is to, and if I could tell you exactly where it is, it's on page 319 of your agenda. About 2/3 of the way down, 2/3 to 3/4 of the way down is a small letter D where it says height, just changing from 4 stories to 5 stories, and then if this council will allow us, we'll get the right, the feet will be somewhere in the high 50s to low 60s.
Just one question, is that going to encourage just higher,
No,
higher buildings or the request for?
I think the opposite. I think some that would have to go with a designation of RM 36 would end up being able to go with RM 30, and that's kind of the long-term thought process there.
So the pros are we can negotiate, gives us another vehicle to negotiate down. If they say they want to do 6, we can.
Correct, and if it never makes sense, you never use it. But at least it's another tool in your toolbox that you have at your disposal.
So would you say it benefits more the town than the developers at this point to do that?
I think I think it gives you the option. Yeah, it definitely benefits the town because it gives you more options in your decision-making process.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Well, before we get there, Madam Clerk, why don't you go ahead and swear in those that are going to be testifying?
If you're going to provide testimony, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to say the truth and only the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, or Madam Clerk, I think
Whoa,
it was supposed
easy.
to. I mean, listen, you're looking cute today. I think the mayor meant for the people on item
13A and
13B to also be sworn in. I think that there were a few people in the back that didn't.
Both the quasi-judicials, if you're going to provide testimony, you're going to speak, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to say the truth and only the truth, so help you God?
So now everybody's sworn in.
Thank
Okay,
you.
good.
It's been noted.
All right, Mr. Attorney, you may continue.
Yeah, I just wanted to put the council just in the proper posture. So this item is quasi-judicial. You're supposed to base your decision on competent substantive evidence of everything that's presented, the testimony and those that have been sworn in, as well as staff, and give everything its due weight. If you have had any ex-parte communications with regards to anyone with regards to this item, even though this is a town council or town staff rather initiated item, it's still subject to the same rules of disclosure of ex-parte communication. So you should do that beforehand, but if you didn't, now would be the time.
The clerk already read into the record that everyone reported no communication.
That's fine, and you can do the same thing when the next item comes up. I would advise you to do so. The other thing is, right now you can deliberate amongst yourselves, but before you make any decision, ask the public if anybody wants to speak on the item, and then take your vote.
Okay. So, with that, why don't we let, so you've already presented the item, just be clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Susanna, do you have anything else you want to add?
No, I would just like to certify everything that the manager discussed, and that again, that this is not attached to any specific piece of land at this time. It's just an option for y'all to consider for anything that is already within the comp plan as high-density residential. So this, right now, our high-density residential is starting at 36 because the 23 technically falls below the 25 to 65 that they have available. So we're kind of leaving ourselves a little bit open there to shenanigans. So this is sort of kind of creating a little bit of an option for a palatable, medium high density development without creating, you know, a larger building that we may not.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor. Well, before we get there, per the quasi-judicial rules, are there any members of the public that want to speak on 13A? This is not the GU item, but 13A. Just want to, okay. Seeing none, Mr. Vice Mayor, go ahead.
I'm going to use former Councilwoman Ruano's term here, heartburn. The only part about this that gives me heartburn, because I'm totally okay with creating this new zone. The only part is changing the number of stories. I get it. It's meant to be a happy medium. You know, we already have a 4-story. We have a 6-story. We would be creating a middle ground. You know, I promised the residents I'd avoid overdevelopment. Make me go against that, right? How do I keep up with that promise while at the same time approving this?
Fixating on the number of stories of buildings is a little bit of a misnomer. For one, because to begin with, stories in office buildings or industrial buildings are usually a lot taller, so they create a taller building for the same number of stories. I think in the past, when we have discussed items of compatibility and the such, and in the design guidelines, we always talk about the actual height of the building so that it's compatible with its surroundings. You could end up with a 4-story building in an office building that would be a lot taller than a 6-story building in a residential complex, because residential ceilings are usually lower. If you put a ground floor of commercial, you're going to end up with a taller building even though you have less stories. So that's why fixating on the number of stories is a little bit misleading. At the end of the day, what you're looking for is a compatibility of shapes, a variety of, so that you don't have uniform roofs everywhere, not flat, everybody the same height, because that's also kind of boring. So a little bit of variety, nothing sticking out too much.
But wouldn't
and
that be addressed
kind
in the
of
site plan review process?
Correct. And again, this particular designation, the RM30 that we're proposing at this time, would be geared towards areas that are already designated for higher density development.
What is the highest number? What area in town has the highest number of stories other than town center?
7.
What?
The highest residential is 7.
Where is that?
And that would be around here in the town center.
No, not in town center.
Or any BU2, which is anything that is designated.
Lucia, that's 3 stories.
Right. So town center used to be BU2, and then we changed it to town center, which then allowed them the 7 stories. Again, not that, so 7 stories is the highest we allow for residential. We have areas where the height that is allowed is the width of the adjacent road, which can be as many as 70, as many as 90 feet, which now you're talking more around 9 stories. We don't have any development of that height, but that happens in industrial areas. So anything that is currently zoned industrial, technically their actual height is not measured in stories, is measured in the width of the adjacent road.
I'm going to pretend like I knew what that meant. Here's the main question. Does approving, more floors, let's not use the word stories since it's technical, approving more floors, create more opportunity for them to shove more units into one space?
No. If you remember, and maybe you weren't here yet, so maybe you haven't been privy to my beautiful presentation on FAR. It was great. You cannot maximize all of the things that you get as part of your development process.
Okay.
You get to either, I remember that and I have to look at Gina now because I have to repeat it again. you get to have either a tall, skinny building or a short, stubby one. So you either get Gina or Susana, but you don't get both. So you either maximize your height or you're going to maximize your FAR. One of the two. So at the end of the day, the number of units you get is based on the density that you're allowed. And all these parameters, the parking requirements, all of these are, when you meet all these is when you come up with the project, right? But all these things have to match. Open space, blah, 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 right? So you don't get to maximize all things.
Got it. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, the number 30 is what will restrict the density.
So, are there any other questions of staff? Okay, is there a motion?
I'll move the item.
Okay, it's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion or an amendment?
I just
per
want to
the
make sure
manager's request.
it's with the 5 stories, right? Or do you need to make an amendment to
Sorry,
amend what's-
I'll move the item with the 5-story limitation.
Okay.
The 5 stories or less limitation.
Okay, so,
I'll remain second.
okay, excellent. So it's been moved and seconded. Any further debate? All right, see none. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
So the ordinance in first reading, moved by Vice Mayor Morera and seconded by Councilmember Fernandez. Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Hertzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Quadra Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Dieguez.
Yes.
The ordinance in first reading, item 13A, passes.
Excellent. We're now on item 13B.
All right. An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending the official zoning map to rezone a 7.7 plus or minus acres located on the east side of Northwest 74th Avenue between Northwest 143rd Street and Northwest 145th Street, as more particularly described at Exhibit A, from the GU general use to the RU1 single-family residential district, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing findings, providing for direction to the administrative official, providing for repeal of laws in conflict, providing for severability, providing for exclusion from code, and providing for an effective date.
All right, staff, do your thing.
Susana Alonso for staff again. I know this looks like a similar item that we have seen in the past, but it's very different. We are now rezoning the entire neighborhood off of 74th, 144th, and 145th Streets, and 143rd. It's a compound of 10 properties and 10 specific lots of various sizes and various stages of development. Some of them have single-family homes, some of them don't. We are now attempting to clean up what should have been done a long time ago, where we provide them an actual standard and an actual zoning that they can attach themselves to, so that they continue to improve their properties, they can continue to maintain their properties, and the people that want to create new housing and or new construction can begin to do that with a set of regulations that they can, count on and confirm and be attached to. So this is an attempt to begin to bring this entire area into the standards of the Town of Miami Lakes, so that the property owners have, some solidity on what they can do going forward. And I'm gonna let Lorenzo.
One thing that's important to note is that, our zoning and our land development regulations are really a product of our comprehensive plan. Comprehensive plan is what governs the actual future land uses of the town. It governs our capital improvement aspect of the town. It covers all those major components of which really every item that we bring forward in this town moving forward should be in line with. When you're looking at a comprehensive plan, you have to follow it strictly. Okay, that's what the law provides. What we have here is really a comprehensive plan and a zoning reg that are not in concert with each other. Our comprehensive plan outlines this particular area as low residential density. All right, low. So that's clear what that is. what we're doing by rezoning it into RU1 is making it conform with that reality that is part of our comp plan. And so it's cleaning it up. What that will allow also future homeowners to do that own property, either properties that have been built out or properties that are vacant land, is to be able to have very clear, concise rules that are in line with the remainder and other parts of RU1 districts within the town, to be able to come to the town, be able to understand what the setbacks are, be able to understand what the requirements are for the properties, and be able to pull the necessary permits. So that's really what's before you today, is really this cleanup of our code. GU, for all of you, means general use. It's a miscellaneous type of zoning. It really doesn't fall within any particular category. But what I can tell you is that it's if someone were to come in wanting to pull a building permit or wanting to pull, we would have, and it's built in the code, you would have to rezone each and every specific. That doesn't make sense. What makes sense is really to have it fall in line generally with the rest of the town code. Comp plan.
Excellent. With that, we're going to turn it over to the other members of the public to come over and speak. And I know you did it earlier, but once again, name and address when you come, and then the floor is yours. Yeah. There you go.
Thank you. Thank you. Jesus Gonzalez, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilman, and Mr. Peterman. I have two locations that are in that area. Right now, as it stands, like it says here, it's 7.7 acres, and there's 10 folios that are there. My mother-in-law has also a property there. One of the things that we enjoy about that is it's not overcrowded. You know, we have enough traffic when we get out, because you have the city, all the buildings that are there that are generally healthcare that are actually there. So we at this point, we don't see the value in disrupting, you know, the quality of life that we have, that you know, that basically has been afforded to all of us. I am here today, and I have 6 signed petitions from, out of the 10 folios, 6 here, and some others I couldn't get a hold of, that are against rezoning for that purposes. We don't want to overcrowd our area.
Just so you know, you may give them to the clerk at the end of your yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead if you can. Yes.
Is there another member of the public wishing to speak? Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Mr. Mayor, thank you, members of the council. My name is David Coviello with law offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard in Miami. Here on behalf of...
I'm so sorry. Let me just, for the record, state that we have Mr. Abel Fernandez, who would like to participate in public comments. Just wanted to state that before.
Thank you. So once we're done with the live comments, we'll go back to the remote comments.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Here on behalf of Peter Panayi and Sufyan Naji, I'd like to have them stand. They own property of the vacant lot on Northwest 144th Street. So I just want to make 3 brief points. Number 1, we're in support of the rezoning. As staff indicated, actually by state law, your zoning has to be consistent with your comprehensive plan. So it's mandated by state law that you rezone this to be consistent with the low density residential comp plan in order to be in compliance with state law. That's number 1. Number 2 is my client purchased this vacant lot in October of 2023. They've been trying a number of times to get a building permit to develop their property with their house. They want to become, you know, citizens of this great town, and they run into a number of issues, right? And you know, we've worked with the town, with the city attorney, the city planner. And you know, we've attended a number of public hearings, and I think finally we've come to the conclusion that this is the best way to go, to rezone the property as a whole with the other properties so that there is no more GU property. Without this rezoning, they basically have no property rights. They can't get a building permit, and they continue to pay a mortgage on a vacant lot that they purchased. So it's really become a hardship for them, and so again, we're in full support of it. The last point I'd like to make is respect the opinions of the neighborhood, but this rezoning has absolutely no impact on those properties. The properties that are developed with homes, it has zero impact. And I'd like to reserve some time after the other comments if I can. Thank you.
Yes, the time is reserved. Next speaker, please.
Hello, good evening. My name is Lilian. I'm here on behalf of two of the folios for my mother and father. The address is 7455 Northwest 144th Street. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with all of you today, and I want to express why I, along several of my neighbors, oppose to the rezoning, not because we're against responsible development, but because in our specific case, this change does not offer the protection or clarity it seems to promise. We are a very small community of 10 lots. At least 4 of the property owners covering 5 lots have lived there for over 20 years. One neighbor even bought the second lot specifically to preserve the green space and privacy of that area. Despite being zoned a GU, every property currently functions as a peaceful single-family home. The main justification for the rezoning outlined in page 322 of the agenda is to create consistent zoning and avoid piecemeal approvals. I understand the intent behind that, but this proposal does not solve a real problem in our area because one doesn't currently exist for us. We are already a low density. Our community is entirely made up of single-family homes. There is no indication of commercial or multifamily development pressure. The area has stayed this way by resident choice, not by regulation. The GU zoning hasn't hindered us, it has protected us. While labeled temporary has helped maintain the character of our community for decades, it requires a special approval for change, which means the council and the community maintain and say what happens. This is a strength and not a weakness. The RU1 opens the door for more building, not less. While RU1 might sound like a safeguard, it actually grants development rights that do not currently exist under GU. In conclusion, we respectfully ask that the council not pursue a one-size-fits-all, especially given into account that a lot of the residents have been there for a really long time, and we don't really know how any changes will affect their lifestyle. The GU zoning has supported a stable, peaceful, and spacious community for decades. It has not stood in the way of responsible growth. It has shaped it. We urge you to preserve the existing zoning and continue to treat any future development request a case by case. We actually talked with the neighbors, and we all agreed that if it's a matter of having build in that lot, which is only one vacant lot, we're more than willing to work with them to make sure that that happens. But we would like to safeguard the lifestyle of people that have been living there for over 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Are there any other members in the audience wishing to speak? Okay.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. My mother, Gina, which most of you know probably, she attends all those elderly affairs parties. My mother and father bought the house that she lives in 40-some years ago. She had horses at that property. I don't know if any of you have passed by there, but this is not normal Miami Lakes. This is Miami Lakes as it was 40 years ago. They bought there because they loved how it was, the rural atmosphere, country. Her house is on an acre or close to an acre. We liked it so much we bought the house in the corner that is also in an acre, and we like how it is. You say you want to change it to have uniformity, but that is not like, I live now on Stable Drive, but I still own the other house. It is totally different. Those houses, you can't want to make it the same when it's not. We don't have a road all the way down. One of our houses doesn't have city water. Yes, it's very different. when Mayor Sid was there, we have a part of a road that's in front of Florida Power and Light substation, and it had potholes. And we asked many times for that street to be fixed, that little piece of street. Nothing. He said, yes, yes. Nobody ever came. The residents, not to mess up a tire, fill the potholes. So yes, you want to have uniformity, but we need uniformity the other way also. What I'm saying is, we don't want it. We want to stay as we are. We love it as it is. But it's not fair that you want to make everybody the same, but we are not the same. So I ask that you please keep our standard of living how we like it. And if you haven't gone to see that area, please do, and you'll see that it is not the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wishing to speak before we go to remote comments? Okay. Please come up, sir.
Hector Palmero, 7475 Northwest 144th Street, right across from that lot. I'm probably one of the oldest one there. 40 years in that house. In fact, your dad did all the paperwork. Your dad.
Anthony, okay.
Anthony. Anyways, go by there. It's different. It's not like real Miami Lakes. It's different. And we want to keep it the same way. Thank you.
Any other members of the public here in the audience wishing to speak? Okay, seeing none, let's go to remote comments.
Okay, so Mr. Abel Fernandez, I'm going to swear you in before you provide testimony. Do you swear to say your truth and only the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Town council, for the record, I know none of the residents there, but I am familiar with the area as the former battalion chief for the town and developing pre-fire plans for that area. I'm listening to the comments of the residents there and their desire not to change the zoning. And then you have one individual that's gone to a high-powered attorney in downtown Miami to lobby you to change the zoning. Right away, that throws up the saying from Ronald Reagan, President Ronald Reagan, that said, "Hi, I'm from the government. I'm here to help you." There's no such thing. Zero. There's nothing wrong with the current zoning that is there for those folks. What you have is one owner who wants to change the zoning in order to develop a property, probably in the future, to medium density. And that's unfair for the folks that have lived there 30, 40 years. And as I said, I know the area very well in doing the pre-fire plans for them in case there was a fire, because there are no hydrants, unfortunately. There are no paved streets. The water sources for attacking a fire would have to be from a canal or multiple engines. And that is an issue for the town to address, to give them the same services that the rest of us in the town of Miami Lakes have. But I ask you not to look to fix something that isn't broken. They brought to you a solution for a problem that doesn't exist. This is what takes up all this time with this council, for special interest coming to you to change issues that the residents don't want changed. You heard here people from that area taking the time. And again, I live in Royal Oaks, so I have nothing to do with the folks there. But I am for the little guy, and I am for smaller government, and I am against government overstepping their processes. Leave it alone the way it is. This individual that bought there fully knew that they were buying there with the GU zoning, but they wanted to buy it to change it. And again, it smells to me like changing it for medium density. If I go down a sidewalk and I see on the sidewalk something that's green and watery, and in front of me I see a duck moving its tail, What I see in that sidewalk is probably duck shit. And that's what this smells like here. I'm asking you to leave it alone and honor the request of the people that live there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. And I would ask all members of the audience and all speakers to please avoid coarse language in the process or in these proceedings. I know
Okay,
you
we
reserved time
have
for
a-
rebuttal, and you will have it, I assure you. But per our procedures, we now go to the council to begin asking questions.
We have.
We have another one. We'll get
yes.
there, but just
I
I just wanted
believe-
to explain to the gentleman here.
Yes, I
our
believe I
procedure.
see Mr. Oscar Martinez with the hand raised.
Well, before
Do
we
you-
go to Oscar, again, after we finish with the initial round of public comments or of the public hearing, we will go to the council to ask questions of staff or any other audience member who spoke, and then we will go to the rebuttals. Excuse me. All right. Oscar, are you there? Mr. Martinez, we need you
I'm here.
to put on your camera, please, and unmute yourself. Okay, you unmuted yourself, but now we need you to to speak at least.
Well, I need to
Yes.
swear Mr. Martinez.
Yes, give me a
He's not
second. Let
sworn
me
in
just put my
We
camera.
don't see you. We only see your
Yeah,
name.
we need to be able to see your right hand in the screen.
In order to swear you in, I need to see you. Thank you, sir.
Do you see
Can
me
you
now?
please? Yes, we
Yes,
do.
yes, thank you.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to say the truth and only the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Oscar Martinez. I'm one of the residents of that area. So basically, on the previous comment from the person I was talking about the sun in there, and now I'm a little bit confused, or the previous comment is a little bit misleading. I'm actually in the process of building a house there. I haven't submitted the plans to the city, but basically by the research that we have done with the city, the current zonification, there are setbacks and there is all parameters established already to build a house or do any modification or anything that that I want to do on the property. I don't know the specific case of the gentleman that I'm trying to build a house there. I don't know their specific issue. My case, I don't know who is not saying the whole truth, but I'm able to build a house with the current zonification on the property. Um, of course, there is already a house on that property. So basically, my understanding so far is that the current zonification that was created in the beginning, it was more like a rural zonification that allowed like a different style on that area. And basically, right now we are trying to implement for example, royal law zonification that would be the setbacks and certain things would be more loosened. So basically the person who's gonna build would be able to do like a bigger house with better setbacks and everything. Everything would be different. I just got a little bit confused by the previous comment about the person that was saying there's no way to do like a building or permit on that area. So because I checked with Sony and I did my research, and yes, I'm able to do it if I follow all the zonification that is currently on that area. So that's what I want to say. Jesus, he provided a letter with the signature from some members of the community. My name is not there. He didn't reach out to me, but you can add me on the list. Oscar Martinez. I'm one of the owners from that area as well.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez.
That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other remote public comment members?
I just want to make sure, for purpose of clarity, I see iPhone Javier, and I see Miss Eva Lafont. If you're listening and you don't want to provide public comments, that's fine, but if you're listening and you want to provide public comments in this item 13B, please do so now. This is the opportunity because I see your names.
If not, we have a gentleman here in chambers who's ready to speak. Give me 1 second. No change? All right, sir.
No
Please-
change
please,
reflected.
proceed. Were you sworn in earlier?
Yes, because I'm the contractor for the.
But earlier when Ms. Inguanzo was asking everyone to hold up their right hand, did you?
Yeah, I know do it.
You didn't do it? Okay, Madam Clerk, please
We
swear
can
in.
do so now.
Okay.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to say the truth and only the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. You can provide testimony.
Okay. My name is Israel Villancieri. I'm contractor and developer. Mr. Nagy and Peter and contracted me 3 years ago to try to search the construction for the house for his. He get this land and already have the project and everything is present in the city, okay? The city and the regulation by code for the new code is a flow zone. The flow zone, he say the house, he say more than 12 foot, 12 or 10 foot the high. The comment for the another person is speaking right now is not possible. If you go to make the new house there, it's very high because this is flow zone. And that's the problem where he have. When he make the house, I need to put it the septic tank because it's no sewer. And when the septic tank is need to elevate because it's not working there. And this is the problem. For the new construction, he has the problem for the new, make a new house. That's the problem he has in the issue for the project. That's it, what I...
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
All right, are there anyone else here in the audience wishing to speak? Okay, please come up, sir. And have you been sworn in? Okay, Madam Clerk?
Do you swear to say the truth and only the truth, so help you God?
That's right.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say I'm the son of one of the owners in the house there, and I'm hearing that they want to rebuild. Oh, I'm sorry. My name's David Bernal. I keep hearing they can build bigger houses. If you go there, you can see the houses are very big. There's no need to rebuild or anything like that. And the zoning part, it's very green. And the reason they moved there recently, I think like 5 years ago, is because they wanted to be close to my sister and enjoy that peaceful life that, you kind of move there to retire type of thing. And if you do rezone it, then you'll be allowed to rebuild and build more houses and obviously more population, more traffic. And that's not the idea that we want, especially since we're having kids. My sister has kids. They walk around by themselves, dogs, everything. So for us, it's not the ideal situation why we moved there, and probably plan to move there and keep our generations moving there. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to speak? Seeing none, we're going to turn to the council now for questions. I believe Councilman Sanchez, you had indicated earlier you had a question, and then we'll go to the Vice Mayor. And,
Yes.
and we'll go down the line actually from left to right. So Councilman Sanchez, JC, and then we'll continue that way.
So this is for the residents that are currently residing there. I've reviewed the requirements for the zone RU1. This is not going to have any impact on the existing dwellings that are in the area. None whatsoever. This is for potential future dwellings, and it is a low-density type of project from what I understand. Based on the requirements for RU1, and I don't know if you've done this research, I just want to spell it out. The minimum lot size for RU1 is 7,500 square feet. So that's a larger lot than something that can fit a townhouse or anything like that. The width 75 feet wide, the front setback is 25 feet, so the house has to be 25 feet from the property line, same from the setback. But the building size at a minimum has to be 2,000 square feet. So there was a time where there was a developer that was seeking to come into the area and develop high-density more medium-density townhouses that would really increase the traffic of the area, the congestion of the area, and it's something that I myself don't agree with for your area. So with that being said, the fear of the current residents of converting from a G1 to an RU1, of having high traffic and everything like that, I'd like to know if there's a different fear as to why not switch it from a GU1 to an RU1, and I invite any resident to reply to that question. What is the fear? Any resident, yes.
Well, it's like what Mr. Abel said, if it's not broken, why fix it? Why are we changing the whole zoning if it hasn't been an issue? So if you see the lot sizes, they're big.
Yes.
Once you change into residential, they can be broken into smaller pieces that becomes not just a one house, but you can build probably 3 homes if you break the lots. So there's only one way to get there.
Yes.
And if you increase that, it means the traffic is going to increase, which is not ideal. There are many kids in that area, so it has a very rural feeling of being able to have their compost, their garden, kids running around, riding bikes without being worried that there's a car coming without, the risk of getting hit. So I think the idea of making it a residential and making that switch is that it brings a possibility of building more homes into that big lot in which there's just one home now, and divided into 3 that will create more traffic and more.
Okay. In that sense, I have a question for town staff. If you don't have this answer, I completely understand
I
because
have all the answers.
of the existing lots that are currently vacant,
Yes.
how many are larger than 15,000 square feet?
So that's empty?
Vacant, that are not developed.
None. None that are non-developed. The problem is that some lots that are very large have only one home in them.
Okay. And those lots are usually larger than 15,000 feet?
Yes.
The reason why I come to that number is because if someone is going to split a lot, it would have to be 2 lots of at least 7,500 square feet. So that's why I asked that question.
Again, but nothing in the current GU zoning prevents anybody from splitting a lot.
Okay.
So the current GU zoning does not prevent lot splits. As a matter of fact, we have had lot splits that have happened via variances, which is one of the reasons we're here today. The reason the current applicant, Mr. Coviello, one of the things that happened, and I know we remember from the last time we had this conversation, is that back in 1997, they split the lot using a variance process, which is a very irregular way of splitting off a lot, which then creates other issues. There is another lot that has been split down the middle of a house, which is also a very regular way of doing things. And basically not having a zoning, it's sort of like the comp plan gives you the goal, right? It's sort of like you want to bake a cake. The zoning gives you the recipe of how you can bake a cake.
Right.
Right, so not having the recipe of how to bake a proper cake, people are making cakes out of whatever they have, and it's turned out something that they like at this point, but it's not conducive for orderly development of the lots that are maybe older homes that may be looking for being, if they get sold, they may want to redo those homes, and under what parameters are they going to do that, or the empty lots that do have room that want to be developed. So
in other words,
establishing rules for those redevelopments is important to do now before people are in a hurry to get it done, as
Right.
Mr. Nagy and Ms. Banagi are.
So in other words, if someone buys an empty lot of 15,000 square feet, they can technically divide that into 3 lots of 5,000 square feet,
Correct.
which would increase the density of the area.
Correct.
Under the GU zoning.
Correct.
So with the RU zoning, it would limit it to at least
Correct.
7,500 square feet, which
Correct.
would make it less dense.
Correct.
Okay. So there's no restrictions right now in a GU. They can build something on 1,000 square feet if they want to. Okay.
To clarify that point, I'm going to read straight from the way that the interim, and it's called GU interim district, okay? And what it says is that subdivisions of GU district shall be governed by the provisions of section 1330-308, where applications for building permits indicate the need for reclassification of an area in GU district, the director may initiate an application for a change of zoning. What that means is that before you build anything there, you got to change the zoning.
Right.
And we just did a search, and we welcome this gentleman, Oscar, to come and talk to us, but he hasn't spoken with either Susanna or he hasn't spoken to us. Had he spoken with us, we told him, you can't build. You got to rezone.
Right.
And so what we're doing is, instead of doing this piecemeal approach, I think it's our comp plan is giving us the direction that we all need to follow. This is to be a low-density residential. And the lowest density residential that's available under the code
Is
is
RU1.
RU1. So.
And I'm
one
sorry,
second.
one more clarification, I'm sorry. For the record, every property that has been for sale in this area, I have talked to probably every possible buyer that has ever gone for any of these properties. I always get a phone call. I'm gonna say that 99% of them, I'm sure there's some that I haven't talked to, and I always tell them exactly the same story with exactly the same words. This is a hard lift. You are gonna have to be ready to put in the work and to do a difficult development with a lot of steps, because all of these properties suffer from the same sort of ailment. They don't have sewer systems. They don't have necessarily access to water. It's iffy whether they have access to water. They don't have proper elevation. They don't have zoning. So they all have the same problems. Every one property of these that has ever come up for sale, and I think some people on the dais can testify to this as well, I have given the exact same speech to, with probably the same jokes attached. And I can say that if this gentleman that is on that I have no recollection of speaking to, I probably gave him the same speech before he bought, if he bothered to call my office. But I don't have any recollection of that, so.
Thank you. And we're going to go, well, do you have anything else yet before we go to Councilman Fernandez?
No, I'm not sure if Vice Mayor.
He
Moreno
had a question related to the Councilman Sanchez's, but, just for that question, then we'll keep going down the line, because I don't want to. Okay, well, I'm sure it'll come back. All right, Councilman Fernandez.
I just
For questions, we're not in debate yet, just to be clear.
Okay. No, I'm gonna. It's really about debate, so I'm gonna move on.
All right. So, Vice Mayor.
Okay, so I have quite a few. First and foremost, staff. Several of the residents came up and said that RU1 has the likelihood of creating more opportunities for building. True or false?
Absolutely false.
False.
Absolutely.
Okay. Can you compost in an RU1 district?
Compost
Yeah.
in your yard?
Okay, one of the residents want to explain what composting is?
I know what composting is.
Okay,
If you're
ca-
doing anything in your single-family home, yes, you can
You
do
can
that.
do it in an RU1.
Obviously, if you're creating an industrial composting system, you cannot do that unless you're in an industrial area.
Okay.
So if you're creating composting for sale, but if you're composting for your own personal use, you can do that
You're
in
allowed to do
an
that in
RU1, yes, of course.
That's what I want to know. One of the residents that came up, it was either, and I'm sorry if I mess up the names, it was either Lillian or I think it was Gina that came up after her, mentioned something about someone having horses. Are there still horses there? No, that was a long time ago, okay. If Mr. Gonzalez tomorrow wants to put a horse stable, can he?
There is regulations on our code. I don't know them so no, I don't have
And
all
do
the
those
answers.
regulations apply to the GU?
Correct, and like there is
They do?
regulations as to how they would have to have the horse. They have to have sufficient space, which have to do with animal husbandry and stuff. And I'm sure there's somewhere in the code.
Sure.
I don't
so as
have
we
this
say in
off the
Spanish,
top
sí,
of
pero
my-
no.
Right, I don't have this stuff, but it's not a again, considering in an RU1 that would have sufficient acreage is not incredible.
Again,
Not to mention that if there is an existing non-conforming use, again, like everything else that we do here, an existing non-conforming use would always be respected anyway.
Okay.
Until its natural demise, right? Until it's sold and/or it dies of itself.
could you tell me the correct pronunciation of the gentleman's last name? Penay? Empanay. All right. Can Mr. Empanay build a home there on a GU zoned lot? Yes or no?
Not without going through some rezoning application.
So the answer is no. It has to be zoned as something.
Yes,
That's not GU.
and so to give a little bit background, which you all know, the reason that we're here is because his predecessor, the owner of the lot, Mr. Delfons, when they tried to split it, they tried to come for a building permit, and they were told no. So they went through this type of rezoning. It just, the way that it was done, and subsequent variances and things that they didn't comply with that development order is kind of what led us to here today.
If we were to rezone this as RU1, would the residents, other than, damn it, I already forgot how to say it.
Pinay.
Would they be required, would all the other residents be required to connect to city water, connect to city sewer, or would they be able to stay the way they are now?
As they are right now, if we were to rezone, and you'd pass this, they would be, as Susanna mentioned, a non-conforming use. Issues of infrastructure do not have anything necessarily to do with the rezoning. This council may, at a later date, discuss how it is that we can get and give these folks service, but that's not germane to the item before you. I think you heard some folks in the public talk about issues of the road. I think the road in particular in question is not completely owned. There's roads there that are owned by the town. There's roads that are not owned by the town. Definitely the roads, some of the roads are not up to the status of other roads in the town. So there are things that would have to be taken a look at if that would be something that this council would want. But it has nothing to do with this rezoning.
That probably addresses my next question, which is, again, forgive me if I got the name wrong. I wrote down Gina as the speaker after Lillian. She mentioned something about the town not fixing a pothole or refusing to fix a pothole, or that even a former mayor showed up and everything never got done.
The street was not had potholes. It was not paved.
It was not paved. Okay. Is there a reason for that?
I don't believe that the town owns that particular road.
Okay.
That's something that we're, as an aside, we're looking into. We've identified that some roads have and were transferred to Miami-Dade County. It doesn't seem that this town officially took the roads over, so we're trying to see if in the future how we can address some of those issues to assist those
So the county owns those roads?
Well, the county passed those roads at some point to us, but there's issue with those transfer documents, so we're looking to them as a whole. That's something that we are going to be bringing back to you at some point in the future.
And some of those roads don't even have complete dedications. Some of them seem to have been dedicated at some point, as we have now found out, but they were incomplete dedications because the county did take over, but never. It's not a clear, what is a road, and in some cases it's what is a road. Yeah.
It's just the way that the documents.
Look, I get it. I'm a lawyer too, and we nitpick at words, but I think a road is pretty simple to define. It's an asphalt surface on which vehicles drive.
Let me clarify the.
It doesn't even have to be asphalt.
But let me clarify the reason why.
Rocks.
Years ago, when the county transferred ownership of roads to the town, there was a list. It was an inventory of all the roads. And many of you that when we were litigating the Northwest 154, remember that it's a road transfer agreement. Those all had all those roads. These roads in these areas do not specifically list them. But nevertheless, we've been able to find, and actually Mr. Coviello has been actually helpful in that, in providing us some documents that he's been able to search, but it's a piecemeal. Some, and they're not complete, and they were definitely not part of that inventory of original documents. It doesn't seem that they were part of that inventory of roads that were transferred officially. If you go onto the property appraiser's map, you'll touch on certain areas and certain segments of roads, and it will tell you that it's a public right of way. When you go to these, it doesn't state that.
Okay.
Does that answer the question?
Sort of. When I walked into this meeting, I had every intention of being in full support of this item, but I'm listening to the residents, and I think it's something that we're all missing here, is listening to the residents, and several of them hit a specific point. I know Hector hit it. I believe Lillian hit it. I think Jesus hit it. They keep saying, we are Miami Lakers, but we are different Miami Lakers. We are a different part of town. We are not like the rest of the town. One of them even mentioned we are the original Miami Lakes. Bigger parcels, bigger land. Wouldn't there be a possibility here of creating a historic district? where you basically grandfather all of them so that they can all keep their land exactly the way that they have it, using it the way that they have it, and at the same time giving, I'm sorry, I keep forgetting your last name, but him, the ability to do what he wants to do on his property. We just created out of thin air an RM30. We can create out of thin air a historic district.
The beauty about the world is that we can imagine anything. We can also create an overlay for this district that would further distill the RU1, much like the regulations in Royal Oaks are a little bit different and then on the east side. And on the east side, you will have to have the 15 feet on the side for the fence, and on the west side, you don't have to. We can do the same thing here. We can further define what the RU means, what the RU1 means in this area through an overlay or through carve-outs on the zoning. These are things that we can definitely do. Obviously, what are those details is, you know, as always, where the devil is, right? Like, what is it that we want to include and leave out so that we give people first the solace that they're not going to be impeded in their own property rights of their own properties, and then that they do have the right to maybe sell the property if they wish to, or transfer it to somebody else, and that the new ownership would be able to have full ownership of their property rights as well.
And last question to give an opportunity to my colleagues and to move this along. Plain and simple, what does the town gain from this? What's our side in this? Why do I care, basically, about this? What is the profit or the advantage to the town of changing the zoning?
To me, I like a nice clean zoning map. I like a zoning map where everything is nice and compliant with the land use code, but that's just, you know, what I like, because I like simplicity and I like to have.
But it's also in
the
compliance with
rules.
our future land use map. Correct, and that's something that you as a council, and I have to advise you as your attorney, we have to follow strictly. And when I say strictly, strictly.
I forgot to ask something. Are any of the residents who are here, other than him, are their structures older than the town? Yes. Every single one? Yes. So they all predate the town?
Not all.
Not
Every
all.
single one? Okay, who
Not
does
all.
not predate the town?
I'm wrong. No, they are all older than the town.
Except for Mr. LaFonce.
No, Mr. LaFont is 83.
Or is that not the same thing?
But his
Older
Did
than
some
the town?
improvements. Yes, they all are. They are all
well, when I
older
say
than
the town-
incorporation.
Hold on,
yes.
guys. One at a time. One at a time.
Vice
All
Mayor,
right.
you asked the question about what do we hope to, we actually, by doing this.
I moved on from that question.
By rezoning to RU1 would actually satisfy all of the concerns that they have, because
Yes.
now the entire neighborhood, anybody who bought a lot there, the only thing they can buy there or build there is a single-family home per lot. The lots there are not regular. They are irregular. One is small, one is big, one is more like a standard lot, one is like a double lot, one actually way in the back is like a triple lot. So the only thing right now that if they go to RU1, the only thing that can be built there, there's no townhouses, there's no apartment buildings, there's no Lakes Radiology 2.0. The only thing, the only thing that they could build there if we go to RU1 is single-family home. Am I correct?
Correct.
Some of you suggested that some of their structures are older.
No, I just
or
wanted
younger.
to make it clear that yes, that we're still in questions.
Yeah.
You know, and then we'll go back to everybody else. I know you're chomping at the bit, but hold on.
Yeah. You mentioned some of your structures are younger than the town?
I'm sorry, sir. You need to come to the microphone though, so we can get everything on the record, because these are quasi-judicial proceedings.
I don't think any of us have a problem granting a variance. What we don't want to do is change the zoning. Obviously, there's an issue with the zoning and allowing them to build. So by going to an RU1, it becomes, to me, I'm not an Einstein, but to me, that tells me that now it's easier to build, under an RU1 because you could do it, but they can't do it under a general zoning. So I don't have an issue with granting, to your point, some type of variance, allowing them to do. I don't think most of us do, but we do have an issue with now changing the look, the feel of these homes that have been there for a long time. Hector being there for a long time, Gina being there for a long time, and others, and it's not something that we feel has any benefit for the majority of us that are there.
Let me rephrase my question. Have any of the homes there been built after December 5th of 2000?
No.
No, okay.
No.
If they had, they would have needed a rezoning, is what I'm understanding. Okay. So this is basically the first instance of this coming up. Remind me what the legal process of spot zoning is.
Yes. So as a matter of fact, one of the reasons we're in this pickle right now is that in 2007 and 2011, there was attempts to add additions, swimming pools, and other structures to this particular, the neighbor of this particular lot, where he was required to do some rezoning at the time. And the partial rezoning that was done at the time, which had some conditions and some things that needed to be done in order for that zoning to take place, where the conditions were never met, so that was never finalized. So we're in this pickle precisely because when these residents come in to require permits for swimming pools, for all number of other things, they find themselves in situations where we can't answer their questions with any validity as to what they can do and cannot do.
Is that it, Mr. Vice Mayor?
Yeah.
Okay, Councilman Garcia.
Thank you. A couple questions. Well, first a statement. I think this is the last remnants of Old Miami Lakes. Having knocked on those doors, it's just the last remaining Miami Lakes that there used to be horses, as you mentioned, things like that. So right off the bat, I think it's something that atmosphere and the families and the generations, I think that's something we should, as the Vice Mayor suggested, that is a historical area of Miami Lakes, and I think we need to maintain that character. First question I have, the comprehensive plan. Now, you said that, of course, we're required to zone, right? Are we, what law are we breaking, or what are we not following right now?
The law doesn't, Florida law doesn't require zoning. It requires a comprehensive plan. Comprehensive plan lays out what the different areas of the town are and their uses. In this particular area, our flume designates it as low-density residential. Okay? The lowest density residential we have is the RU1, as we stated. Now, that being said, low-density residential has different categories. It can be, RUZ, like the zero-lot homes that we have in West Miami Lakes, and those lots are, 3,000 square feet, 2,000 square feet?
The low density residential goes all the way to 13 units an acre.
Okay. So it could be a lot more intense. And what I'm saying by all this is, as those lands become available, and there are people, speculators, who are looking into it, and they decide that they want to rezone, they could potentially apply for something that's a lot more intense than an RU1. And what you would end up with is a patchwork of little zoned areas that don't meet this category of low-density residential. So in essence, by doing the RU1, you are meeting what they're asking, is to keep the characteristics. I would go a step further and reiterate something that Ms. Alonso said, which is that at the moment, assuming that we rezone it today, RU1, nothing changes for them. All those properties would be what are considered legal non-conforming, meaning that they're legal, but they're not conforming.
Sorry, they're not even non-conforming, because technically they're conforming to the RU1. So they're legal. They're legal.
But their setbacks may not be.
Right, and
not conform. Right. That's what I mean by legal non-conforming.
Just give me 1 second. Just to add, okay, so we go RU1 on this. What's the minimum size? For example,
it would be 7,500 square feet.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that, Councilman?
7,500 square feet.
7,500 square feet is the lot size?
Yes.
And minimum lot size. Minimum. And currently, the minimum lot size the smallest lot size right now in that area, those 10 parcels are what?
You have different size. You have 15, 18, 17,000. Mr. Penay's is 18,000.
So
but now, for Mr. Penay, what's interesting is that it was a much larger lot, right? Because it was Mr. LaFonte's, and he split it, and it became now Penay's lot of 18,000 and another 18,000. So the issue of splitting lots can occur right now if somebody wanted to do it. It's possible.
Hold on. They can split the lots and they can be less than 7,500 square feet.
Right.
Huh?
A lot
Okay.
less.
All right, so they can split the lot?
A lot less.
All right, so what I'm getting from the residents currently is they want to maintain that character, which is the larger
But
lot sizes.
what they're not understanding is that the RU1 maintains that character
Exactly.
for them. With the GU zoning, people can walk in there, and I'm telling you, they're coming to me to invest and to do exactly what they're scared of. The RU1 protects them
Yeah,
from
no,
what they think they're trying to preserve.
No, 100%. And I just have a thought process here. I just need to ask the
I
questions.
mean, I've been sitting here pretty patiently, and I'm
I know,
telling you, it's for their own
but I
good
haven't
and
got
they
an
don't realize
opportunity.
it.
So if you allow me the
Yeah.
opportunity.
Yeah.
Okay.
No wor-
Thank you so much. So, okay, so if we do go RU1, there's a minimum, of course, 7,500, as you said. But what's to stop as they sell, new people come in, how many more properties, in theory, can they split to? There's 10 parcels now, right? So in theory, if we do this, how, in 20, 30 years, how many properties could be under RU1 in that area? If everybody decides to split.
If anybody has a calculator, you can multiply 7 acres times 13. That's how many units fit there right now. It doesn't matter. Right now, you could fit that many units in theory. So that's what he's asking.
But it's not, that wouldn't be a function of what we're doing today. That would
Sure,
be a
no, I
function
get
of,
that, I get that.
that would be a private function.
100%.
And the reason also, something else for you all for everyone here to keep in mind is that all this area, we keep on talking about Old Miami Lakes, and I do want to make a clarification. Old Miami Lakes was platted and planned. This area is not platted. It was not planned. It's a compilation of what are called deed in lieu, where the county basically allows you to purchase a certain area of land without formally platting it. So that's
Yeah.
part of the issue
Lorenzo,
there
I
as well.
understand everything my colleagues have said, what you're saying, I totally understand that. What I'm trying to see is what, if we change this designation, and I know the Vice Mayor talked about an overlay or making it, instead of 7,500, a lot larger, how do we make sure that we follow our comp plan, make sure that it's easier for us, but also maintain the integrity and the character of that neighborhood? Because I would hate to see 20 years from now, doubling up, and also that area, there's one way in and one way out. And it opens up to 154th, it's already a traffic nightmare. So our residents,
Okay, you can do it.
not only them, have asked us, hey, let's do everything we can to make sure that we don't overdevelop and things like that. So how do we do that? Is it an overlay? Are you suggesting?
I
maybe-
can
Yeah.
remind you that
Okay.
you can also make a different RU1 XL, yeah. Only for this area, that instead of having 7,500 square feet minimum lots, has 10,000 minimal square. This is your prerogative as a council
Sure.
to choose
So I
how
would
this
ask-
gets developed, as long as it's within the low density
Yeah.
residential that the comp plan requires, right? So if you choose to, direct town staff to make this, that's why we're in first reading, right? And you get second reading, I can amend this from first to second reading to be RU1 XL.
Well, I would ask the
10,000
residents
square
that
feet
are
per lot,
here,
yeah.
because, let's be honest, what we want is, as a town, we need to make sure that we have everything laid out in the future, to make sure that everybody has their property rights, make sure their property rights are being followed. But I understand your point. Are you willing to work with perhaps our staff to come up with perhaps a minimum size for these RU1s? Perhaps we can come to a happy medium where your way of life, your quality of life, what you're used to is not, your fears are at least taken care of. And we can also make sure we're following our comprehensive plan and make that, is there a happy medium that you're willing to move on, to agree to accept? Yes, sir, thank you. I guess-
And that's a general question to all of you. You can nod your head yes, or, Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, please wait till you get to the mic.
I mean, it's a question for all of us, but I know you mentioned the word grandfathered, which is really important because Hector has been there for a really long time. He has chickens, so
of course.
it's making sure that the lifestyle of the people that have been there for 40 years, 30 years, 20 years. My parents recently bought a property, the second property, 5 years ago, or sorry, last year, is not changed because of the changes. But number two, also the concern of additional financial responsibilities that they have not had, especially at their age, because they have a fixed income. We're talking about people that are retired. And in the property that my parents bought last year, the original owner is still living there, Juan Pujol, right? Because he was like the grandfather. So it's just making sure, one, that it's grandfather, but two, that it doesn't include extra costs for the people that are already living there, with the water, with the sewer, with the building roads.
You bring up a good question. I'm sorry to interrupt. Is there a change to ad valorem taxes for changing from the GU to the R1?
Say that again?
Any changes in tax in their ad valorem taxes, or any changes in taxes for them?
I don't
or
believe so.
Any extra costs for them or anything if
No,
they make the change?
the tax is all derived from the property appraiser's assessment.
Property
So
appraiser.
that's, and the
No.
value is what the value is, and I don't think the zoning is going to dictate that.
But you might need to be reassessed, given that they have been living there for a really long time.
No? Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. Okay, and the last question, I'm sorry, guys, you mentioned chickens and animals, and frankly, in the future, if we do this, are they still going to be able to, if someone wants to have chickens or a horse, and I know it's, but actually that'll be that's the only area we have left that can actually accommodate this, right? And I want to make sure we don't close that avenue if someone wants to purchase, and it's a big lot, and they want to have horses, or they want to have chickens, or they want to have whatever. Is that going to impede that opportunity?
Yeah. If they're RU1, livestock is prohibited in RU1.
Okay.
But there are a whole series of homes that are RU1 that are abut this neighborhood that probably wouldn't want to have horses behind their house. But
Okay.
All right, would you like to respond to
Yeah,
or
if you
to
don't mind,
answer a
Mr.
question?
Mayor,
Or, yeah, because
a
we're
few
still in questions right now. We're not yet in our debate.
I know, but you allowed them to speak, so I just wanted to
Well, no, but they were responding to questions asked by the council.
Okay.
So if you're going to speak, it should be in response to one of the questions you've heard here.
Okay. There was a question about my clients building, subdividing the property, building two-family homes. I can represent on the record, under oath, that there's nothing nefarious going on here. These folks, two young gentlemen, saved money to buy a property to build their home, and at the direction of the town, they went through 3 public hearings already. First, the town said we had to modify an ordinance, right? Then we had to go on first reading and just rezone their property, and then the town said, wait, we want to rezone the whole property. Understand that they've been at this for over a year, paying a mortgage on a vacant lot that they have the right to legally develop, okay? And they're paying rent to live in another place. These are 2 young gentlemen, they're on limited income. They want nothing more to build a home and become residents of this town. Under GU, under your town code in GU, you have a right to build pursuant to the RU1 standards right now, okay? So nothing that you're doing right now changes what they can do under GU. It's just, GU is interim zoning. I've been practicing land use for 20 years. The county has GU zoning. The purpose is for a temporary zoning district until the town comes along and rezones it to be consistent with the comprehensive plan, which they're obligated to do under state law. That's all this is. It has no impact on these other residents, 0. So I think we're making this much more complicated, and in doing so, you're taking away the property rights of my clients, I guarantee it.
Thank you. We'll come back to you, though. I'm sure you'll want to respond when we open it back up to everybody else. With that, Councilman Herzberg.
I'll try to cut down the questions. To staff, why haven't we issued approval for them to build? I don't get it. That makes no sense to me.
Because you first got to rezone.
Do we?
Yes.
He just said we don't, so
You
we do.
But you have to, as the applications are coming in, and that's what the section that I read to you, you have to first go through the application of rezoning, because you got to figure out what are going to be the setbacks. What are you going to build there?
But can't we make that decision up here?
You would have to make it rezoning for that particular property.
Why haven't we done that? If this is the
Because it was
problem?
originally done, and what happened was that not all of the conditions were met. And so
the past.
in the
and,
past.
and they purchased this property knowing of that past, obviously, right?
Exactly. So we were
they're
trying
not
to bring
that
it
innocent.
We were trying to bring the property up to what was originally zoned, because if you have a development order and you have conditions precedent to allowing for that zoning, and those conditions precedent are not met, then the development order is null and void as far as I can, as far as, you know.
So if they would meet the conditions that we had before, would we then be required to allow them to develop?
I would say yes.
So
but
why haven't they just met the conditions?
Because it doesn't rely only on them, it also relies on the other owner, Mr. LaFont, who split the lot. What I'm trying to tell you is that what we're trying to do is fix the issue going forward by rezoning all the areas and bringing all the current properties into what are, if they don't meet the setbacks, if there are issues, to legal nonconforming.
Right.
So that way, now there is a roadmap of what this owner needs to follow. And it's not creating a problem, you know, prospectively, where we would allow a different patchwork. Because I can tell you, and I think, you know, Mr. Gastesi mentioned it, and I'll mention it, we have heard of other folks that are looking at these different lots and looking to build townhomes, and looking to build smaller
But
properties.
ultimately, in this current zoning, that's a decision we make, and no one can force us to go one way or the other?
No, not necessarily.
That's what I need to understand.
No.
That's what I need to understand.
No, it's not.
Do you have any other questions?
Yes, one more question.
That you raised. So,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, two things. One is the whole notion that this property is not a legally subdivided
I'm sorry, sir. Can you
lot-
get closer to the mic? Thank
I'm
you.
sorry. The notion that this lot is not a legally subdivided lot is wrong. The county approved a waiver of plat when it was under county jurisdiction that subdivided the property legally. It's a subdivided lot as we exist today. Second, northwest 144th Street, adjacent to this property, was publicly dedicated and accepted by Miami-Dade County and its successors and assigns. You guys became successors and assigns to that road. That's been a public road. I know it's not paved, but it's the town's responsibility to maintain that road. The second thing is, under GU, I'm reading from your code, if you're not inclined to approve the rezoning, which we support, staff, but if you're not inclined, my client has a right to get a building permit currently. Under GU, if a neighborhood in a GU district is predominantly one classification of usage, single family, the director shall be governed by the regulations for that class of usage, RU1, determining the standard zoning regulations to be applied, setbacks, yard areas, height, limitations. The trend of development shall mean the use or uses which predominate in adjoining properties. All the adjoining properties in this area to my client's property are single family residential. Therefore, if you're not inclined to rezone it under the GU district, we have the right to develop under the RU1 standards. And that's uniformity. That's what you want. The GU is a Wild West, but if the use is predominantly single family, you're governed by the RU1. So I think that might be the solution here if you're not inclined to rezone.
Understood. Thank you.
Hold on. Let me address something that he said. There's a reason. Listen, I'm sorry. What he's saying about his client and everything else, there's a reason there was litigation. There's a reason we're here. Just because he's saying it, it's his opinion. It's not ours.
Regarding what? With all
It's
due
his
respect.
opinion, and it's not ours.
I understood. Mr. Gastesi, I appreciate that, but I'm going to continue following my procedures, and I'm going to enforce order. So,
Can I put this in the record?
yes, please submit it to the clerk. Councilman Herzberg, do you have
more.
anything else?
Yeah. Is there, I think the biggest concern of the residents, this is for staff, thank you, council. I think the biggest concern for the residents is when these properties sell, if they're under RU1, they can lot split. Is that a lot split by right? And if it is there a way to restrict that lot splitting and make these folios only one single family home?
I think the manager said it, they can lot split today, if they wanted to. I mean, lot split is not a.
I get that, but
This lot is proof of it because it was one big lot.
no, listen, I don't see the big negative of doing the RU. I just see that under the GU, it seems that things need to come to us. Under the RU, they're going to have lot splitting by right. Is that correct or not?
Only to the extent of 7,500 square feet.
Correct, and that's the concern I think the residents have.
Yeah.
There are lots of 15, 16, 17,000 square feet. So by right, if someone wants to make that 2 homes, there's nothing we can do about it. That's a question I'm trying to get.
They can make more right now.
Under GU, they
Exactly,
can
that's their
split it.
concern. That's the problem. So my question is, if we give it an RU1, is there a way that we can make it that folios can only have one single family home as they are right now? Is that something we can do? That's
Isn't that
all
what
I'm
you guys
saying.
were talking about, the overlay district and all these other methods? Yes or no?
My concern with doing that is that there's several legal concerns that I have with that, and we brought that up to you earlier as far as bills that are passing through right now in the legislation.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, well, I'll let him finish asking any questions, and then we could say, I need to give Councilman Cuadra Garcia a chance.
What we're trying to do,
and I want to get to a motion
Councilman,
in front of us.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, for talking over you, is give it the most restrictive possible use under our code, which is the RU1.
Right, but
that's what we're trying to accomplish.
And my only concern is that
for their protection.
Right, and I agree that their current use isn't going to be effective, and there's not a short-term issue. But the long-term is, my only concern is those 15, 17,000 square foot lots, they can be split, and if there's a way to prevent that, then I would be more confident.
They can be split with GU1.
Right.
Worse than with RU.
But my question is, I guess the question I have is, I understand they can make any application they want under GU, right?
Yes.
And that's a problem, and I want to resolve that problem.
They're exposed.
But right now under GU, how does someone apply for the split? They have to come to us. Right?
I'd like to address something. I'd like to, if I can sidebar, and then if you can ask your next question.
Let's talk. That's perfect. Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Councilman Cuadra Garcia, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Why did it take, if they've been there 40 years, okay, somebody said the Wild Wild West, why now? Why didn't we do it 25 years ago?
We've wanted to.
I can answer that question. There has been attempts in the past. I'm sorry. There has been attempts in the past at, depending on what property was getting turned over. So a lot of these folks are original property owners to these properties. They've had these properties for 40 years. As people start selling them or I think one of the properties got foreclosed a few years ago. The prior owner of them bought their property in 1983. So as properties begin to turn over ownership, new owners have different ideas of what they want to do with the properties. And that's how they start coming in to the town to request different permits and different things that they want to do. Obviously, the people that have been there longer don't necessarily seek relief for their intent, but people that are buying new properties do. And that's why we're here today, because one of the properties was recently bought, and the people that bought the property would like to put a home in it. And that's why we're here today. In the past, the last time that happened was 1983, which was the neighbor to them. And that triggered a whole entire layer of actions by the county and actions by that made things muddier and worse. And we're here also because of that. Right? So we're trying to clean it up so that it works for everybody and not just for these property owners, but for the rest of them too, when should they want to sell their property, should they want to leave it to somebody afterwards, and clean it up for everybody at the same time so that you don't face those problems when and if you want to pass on your properties.
I think what the Vice Mayor said was something pretty interesting. I think we should consider that tract of land a historian piece.
A what?
A historian piece.
A historic preservation. So, sure, we could consider that some sort of historic district. I'm not sure what the National Registry of Historic Places begins to consider historic properties at the age of.
It would be a town historic district, not a national historic district.
Well, again, sure. I mean, you see where I'm going, right? What benefits would that inure them? I'm not very sure, but we can always look into it. I'm happy to consider that as an option and explore it and see if it helps in any way. I would be more inclined to creating an overlay that allows whatever uses are not allowed elsewhere that the council would find would be preserved here. That would be a little easier on the eye than a historic district necessarily, and we can call it whatever. I mean, you can call an overlay a historic district if you want, right?
Can I just say one more? We're happy to proffer that we won't subdivide the property, right? So if you rezone the property, we'll proffer as a condition of the ordinance that we will not subdivide this 18,000 square foot lot. And then if the council wants, they can then address a code amendment to deal with further splits, but at least my client can get their building permit and start building their home. So we're happy to proffer that.
Okay. Angelo, do you have any other questions? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I just have a specific question for
Sure.
Mr. Jesus Gonzalez.
Go ahead.
Mr. Gonzalez, you own the property on the corner. I think it's 7474 Northwest 145th Street.
145th, yes, sir.
But I'm looking at the property appraiser's website, and I'm only asking this because I do know that sometimes they mess up the lines, but sometimes they're correct, and maybe this is what happened here. There's a 17,860 square foot lot that your house sits on, but then immediately to the east, there's a smaller 8,276 square foot lot, which appears to take a slice out of Louis Bernal's property, that also is titled to you. It's a separate folio.
Correct.
Do you actually own that separate lot?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yes, I do. And for me, you know, as far as like, if I want to make money, split it, and I can sell it, rent it. I just want to preserve what is there, you know. And again, I don't have any issues granting any type of variance. I understand.
Well, I think more the question was, why do you have that?
I bought it
second
like
sliver?
that. I bought it like that. When I bought the property,
Okay, it was already like that.
split up.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
Yep, yep.
I have just one.
Councilman Sanchez.
I've been reviewing the properties that are there in the area, and the one that to me has the biggest red flag is the one located at 14300 Northwest 77th Avenue that is owned by Miami Lakes Insurance Holdings. It is 60,000 square feet. The way that it's zoned right now, it's they come in and say, we want to do...
And it has been recently bought.
Right, yeah, I see it here for $1.35 million in March of last year. The thing that scares me is they come in and request an RU13 and build 20 townhouses there instead of an RU1 and be able to build 8 homes there because of the $7,500 square foot minimum. I think that's a very scary notion, especially the fact that a corporation, an LLC, owns that piece of land that's 60,000 square feet.
And the first thing we would have to do would be to zone that area for low density residential with an RM13.
Right. So I guess my question for the residents is if that investor sells it for the 60,000 square feet to a developer that comes in and requests an RU13, because it goes from RU1, the next one up is RU13.
RM13.
Say again?
RM13.
Oh, RM13, my
Yes,
apologies.
that would be already multifamily.
Would you rather
yeah.
the lowest one, which is RU1, where they can only build one site per 7,500 square feet, or RM13, where they can build one site for every 3,000 square feet, and it's a higher density? Because the lowest one is RU1. So my question to the residents is, would you rather, if that is sold, which a corporation can very likely sell it to a developer, an RU1 or an RU13? I mean an RM13, which is the next category up.
I mean, like I said, the biggest concern for us is the fact that they've lived there for a really long time. So not just the fact that they can build other things if, let's say, one of them decides to sell.
But the fear is more density, more population in the area.
Uh-huh.
Right,
but it's the fact that they have their chickens, or that they have, it's just that, like I said, I don't think there is an issue with being grandfathered with the lifestyle that they currently have, in addition to not having additional financial issues because they switch.
Exactly.
That's
but
the
just
biggest
whoever
concern.
purchases the property would have those restrictions because they're no longer grandfathered in. So it wouldn't affect the current owners. It would only affect the potential future owner, not the current owner. So if one day they decide to sell, then the new owners would have the restrictions of RU1, not the current owners. Yeah?
Yeah.
Do you understand?
I'm processing.
Okay, all right.
That's fair. Okay, so we're now in rebuttals. So is there anyone, sir? Yes, now you may come up and give any rebuttal to any of the other testimony that was presented.
The grandfather, he respects.
I'm sorry, sir. You need to talk into the mic because this is all a quasi-judicial hearing. We need to get everything on the record.
For responde.
And please
Yes,
state your name.
but do it talking into the mic, please.
Yes, sorry. The grandfather respect the house stay like that. It's coming the sewer and the water. It's no obligation to connection. He stay like that. He's not going to pay nothing. If she like to go to connection, he need to pay the connection. That's it. But
Yeah,
it's
and I
good
think
for-
they were just worried that by rezoning, it's going to result in new taxes and new requirements. And yeah, we'll get there. I'll address those concerns when we get there. Right now, we're just in rebuttals. And thank you for that. There was that gentleman remotely that wanted to speak, correct?
Yes, Mayor. Mr. Oscar Martinez, I still see you in the screen with your hand raised. Are you still with the intention of speaking?
Yes.
Okay, please do so now.
All right. So my name is Oscar Martinez. I, in fact, the owner of the bigger lot, the 1.6 acres.
Mr. Martinez, I'm sorry to
unfortunately-
interrupt. Mr. Martinez, can you please turn on the camera? I've been instructed to ask you to please, we need to see you. Thank you. Mr.
Yeah,
Martinez?
you muted it.
Yes.
There you go. Okay,
Yes,
but you need to
Sorry.
turn on your camera.
Yes,
Do you
please,
see
sir.
me now?
No.
No, we see the name.
Jesus. Give me 1 second.
Thank you, sir.
Sure. Well, while he looks for the video function, and we'll come back to you, Oscar. Just just turn on the camera, and then we'll come back to you. But we'll try to figure that out now. To the attorney for Penagi, correct? I don't know if he wants to respond to anything.
Mr. Coviello?
Is there anything that you want to respond to in the meantime while we wait for him to?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate, like, I think the concern, right, is primarily the subdivision of the properties into smaller lots. So like I said, we're happy to proffer that we're not going to subdivide the 18,000 square feet. And if the town wants to amend their code subsequent to that to limit further subdivisions of other properties, we're amenable to that. So I think that satisfies the concern.
Excellent, thank you. How we doing over there, Mr. Martinez? At
Mr.
some point-
Martinez?
We can hear you, but again, we still need to see you.
The camera. We just need the camera to be turned on.
Oh, wow. Jesus. Oh, here you go.
There we go. Okay. Well, you got to turn
We
it
don't
toward
see
yourself.
you, but we see the computer.
We're getting closer. We're getting closer.
Making progress.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. If you want, Oscar, there you go.
Thank you,
We did it.
sir. We see you.
Okay, proceed.
All right, so I'm the owner of the bigger lot, the 1.6 acre lot. For everybody, everybody can be, there's no subdivision, there's no redevelop. So I'm planning to build a bigger house, just a bigger house there, or just made some modifications. But a lot of things that I'm listening today on here are contradicting when zoning is advising. I personally haven't talked with Susana before, but I certainly has been on her office. Zoning office, talking when her employees about how to proceed with my construction. So basically, what once again, I'm not intention to do anything, but basically what I understood on this meeting is that I'm able to subdivide my lot in 12 lots and do 10 single family homes. That's basically what I understood on this meeting, but I'm not allowed to demolish my own house and make it bigger. Am I correct or not?
Well,
Sir, this is not the proper forum for me to give you zoning advice on anything that you can do with your property, particularly as we are right now contemplating lots of things.
Here, I got this,
I would
Susanna.
be
I got
very
this.
happy to answer your call if, you know, you call
I
me
got
during
it, I got
business
it.
hours, but.
So, Mr. Martinez,
I
would-
know
no.
that
Hold
preparing
on,
forum
hold on,
for
hold on.
everybody to know
I
the answer
understand,
because
I understand.
that
But we
may
are
weigh
here
on
on
the
the
decision.
rezoning from GU to RU1. I hear what your concerns are, but again, being that is more specific to your case, it is more appropriate for you to contact Susanna tomorrow about that. And I think we're going to get to debate now, but I think all of your concerns are taken care of from everything I've heard. So I think you're going to be okay for what you've described briefly that you would like to do. But do you have anything specific to the rezoning? Not about your property, but
No, I know it's a specific question to my matter, but I want everybody to listen to the answer because, in fact, based on what she's saying or what everybody's saying, I can redevelop between 10 single-family houses on my lot. That's what I wanted everybody to hear the answer because I don't even know the answer.
yeah. And I'll
Basically, on
recap
what
everything
that
now
we-
when we get there.
Okay.
Thank you though for participating. With that, the public hearing is now closed. With that, is there a motion?
I move to table this matter indefinitely and direct our staff to instead create either a historic district or a overlay district in which the existing property owners are able to maintain their existing use while I'm sorry, I still cannot get your name, can build his single-family home, and no parcel can be further split any more than they currently are.
Is there a second to that motion?
I mean, I'll second, but I'm very interested to see the legal counsel. I'll second for this.
Okay.
I'd like to be recognized.
Okay, you're recognized for discussion.
All right. Again, we have a very unique opportunity here. It is not often, normally zones have hundreds or thousands of homeowners within them, and it is very difficult to get them into a single room. That is not the case here. There are 10 properties. At a minimum, I think 7 of them are in front of us. That's an overwhelming supermajority. It's over 2/3. They are here telling us exactly what they want. Most of them want nothing to change. One that wants to just build his house, which I think we can all agree is fine. The other gentleman who's online, Mr. Martinez, just stated he just wants to redevelop his house into a single bigger house. Why can't we just say we're creating an overlay, historic district, whatever you want to call it, in which they're able to do exactly what they've been doing up until today. He can build his single-family home, and Mr. Martinez is allowed to make, everyone is allowed to make their own improvements. And very key in there is there's no further splitting of parcels, because that is going to prevent Councilmember Sanchez's nightmare scenario where someone tries to build townhouses, because it's going to all be under one ownership. And we simply say no multifamily dwellings.
Well,
It's going to take months to do that. They're in financial distress.
I apologize, but the public hearing is closed, but I hear your point.
Yeah.
Are you done with your remarks? Yes. Okay. At some point, I'm going to speak here, but Councilman Herzberg, since he seconded the motion, you go first.
Thank you, and I appreciate the item. I'm concerned on the legal implications. First, though, and counsel and your clients understand the position they're in, but they knew what they're buying, right? They knew. If they didn't, then that's still That's still their problem, honestly. I'm a real estate attorney. I understand it. But for your item, I mean, if it's possible, maybe. I just don't know if it's possible because I believe what we would need is all the landowners to agree to this. That would be my understanding of how we could make it happen, right? Every single one.
You got to be careful with the part about the restriction on no further dividing and everything else. That's a serious legal issue for us.
Right. That's my
That's a
concern as well. I would
serious
love to
concern.
do it because that's what seems like the residents want. But my thinking is we would need every landowner to agree now. Is that possible? Maybe.
This is an explanation for the residents. You have to understand that there are some of you who have the right to divide your property right now. If you restrict those rights, it could be considered a taking of those people's property. It's a concern for us up here. Yeah.
Attorney, not if they agree. It's not a taking if they agree.
If you get everybody to agree.
And I think that's what the vice mayor's saying, that if we can get everyone to agree, it's a reasonable plan.
If they agree,
I don't
they
know
agree.
if that could actually happen. That's my only concern.
Well, look, for me, I can't vote in support of the motion to table. I think that at the end of the day, we need to move this forward. I actually think from everything that I've heard about what the residents are concerned about, actually, this solves almost all of that. There's no additional taxes imposed just by rezoning. There's no, the restriction, or rather to the extent that if we were to move to the RU1, the splitting that they can do by right is actually in some ways more restrictive than what exists today, right? So it protects the residential character and the larger lot character of that area, which I have been to multiple times. This is also first reading, right? This is not the last vote that we're going to take on this. So we have time between now and second reading to go ahead and fix whatever we feel needs to be fixed to get more input. And that's what this is about, right? But again, between what the attorneys have said about the state of the current state of the statutes that may or may not be signed by the governor, and based on everything else, I just think it would be more prudent just to advance this, and then between now and second reading, we go ahead and resolve whatever issues are left. But from, again, what I've heard as far as the residents and their concerns, it seems as if this rezoning does not make any of those come to reality, right? If anything, it protects them further. And again, we have time to add more conditions, whatever you want to call it, between now and second reading. So that's the only reason why I'm not in support of tabling the item, from a procedural aspect. Yes, Susie.
And I want to just reiterate the procedural process that this is going to go through. This is the first reading. There will be another meeting at the Planning and Zoning Board where you will have another opportunity to get a whole new different set of people to discuss the issue from a different angle, and it will come back to the town council for the final decision. So them approving it today doesn't mean that this is the final decision. This is just a step in a direction, if that makes any sense. And we will welcome your input in writing, in person. If you want to come and meet with me, I'll meet with all of you individually or as a group. I'm happy to discuss this until everybody's satisfied that this is what they want, and I would love to bring you all along to be in support for the rest of it so that it happens the way you guys want it.
Yeah.
And I'm offering that publicly here, that I'm available for this.
And I just want to remind my colleagues also that we are not acting as policymakers here, right? This is a quasi-judicial item. This is not subject to the fairly debatable standard or anything like that. So we need to tread cautiously. I think the best course of action would be just to advance this, and the opportunity for the residents to come together and work out a solution that's amenable to everybody is still possible between now and then. So and again, I'm gonna stop my remarks now. But as far as the motion to table, I just cannot support that right now. Councilman Fernandez.
Through the mayor, thank you. I've worked with Susana as our planner for many years, and I'll tell you, she's very competent. I trust her motives are pure to the town. I trust why, and when she says that this is the right thing to do, as well as our attorney, I trust that that's the right thing to do. I'm not going to blindly agree to it, but after hearing the testimony, and I think that the residents are concerned, but I think that if their concerns are really what they're stating, I think that this is going to help them. So, you know, I don't want to be, this is what's good for you, but I maybe there's some, you know, that they're not understanding exactly how this is going to benefit them. I truly believe that it will. And again, this is about preserving our look, keeping the comprehensive plan, and I think that's what we were voted to do. So I'll leave it at that.
On the motion to table, is there any discussion on the motion to table specifically? Okay, with that, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the motion.
So, motion to table this indefinitely. Councilmember Hertzberg.
No.
Councilmember Sanchez.
No.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
I'm a little confused, Madam Clerk. I know, Mr. Mayor, it's kind of...
Wait. Just to be clear,
Okay.
because when we're voting, there's no room for debate, right?
Okay,
But
so-
wait, hold on. One more thing, just to let you know what we're voting on right now. This is just to say, do we want to postpone the decision, or do we want to at least get it through first reading? Now, if you want to postpone, then the answer is yes.
Yes.
Okay.
The answer is yes.
All right. Next.
So, Councilmember Cuadra, yes or no? Motion to table.
He was a yes.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Councilmember Fernandez.
No.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Dieguez.
No.
So the motion fails.
Okay.
We have
With that,
three
I'm
yeses and 4 noes.
excellent. I will go ahead and move that we approve the item, and that is my motion.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any debate on this particular item? Any further debate? Councilman Hertzberg, and then Councilman Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. All I'm saying is I'm voting yes to move it, right? I think it makes sense to move it. I don't know what's going to happen in second reading. I would like to have some questions answered, and I think the Vice Mayor brought up a good point. If there's an opportunity to bring all the landowners together or not, that's great. If there isn't, then we might be forced to just make a decision anyway. But I just wanted to make sure that was clear and push for staff to come with potential options in the second reading.
Councilman Garcia.
Thank you. Yeah, same thing. I'd like to make sure that this gentleman who invested builds his home, but I also want to make sure that in 30 years from now, we don't have, 40 homes there. So anything that could maybe increase the minimum lot size for the R1, we'll work that out at this time. That's what I'm looking for. Thank you.
Further debate. Councilman Sanchez.
Not for debate. I'd just like to request, if possible, from the residents to leave their contact information. I'd like to meet with them outside of Town Hall.
Yeah, so it would be easier if you can all give your contact information to either the clerk or her assistant, her deputy. I don't see him here now. But at any rate, any other debate? Vice Mayor.
Just to add, I would like to see this come back on second reading with some of the things I mentioned earlier, either a historic district, overlay district, call it whatever you want, where they're allowed to do as they're doing, and they're allowed to build their house, and preferably that it include some form of restriction on parcel splitting, even if it means we need 100% approval. Let's make them, they showed up here. Let's make them put their money where their mouth is and agree not to further split it. And if they don't, then we do the RU1. That's my 2 cents.
And then for myself, again, I'm going to support this item to move it forward. This, again, is not the final vote. There will be further discussion at a later date. But from everything I've heard about what the residents' concerns are, doing this change does not trigger those concerns. It doesn't change. In fact, I agree, though, with the Vice Mayor that we should work to a better product that perhaps at least more solidly protects that area to maintain the character. But I think even the RU1 right now does that from everything I'm hearing. So, or at least it does a better job than the GU designation or zoning that is currently there. So with that, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ordinance in first reading, item 13B. Councilmember Hertzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
No.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
What was my last
Well, no,
'Cause
because
we've got
this
a
is a
confu-
different vote now, but the question is, do you want to approve the zoning change or not?
Not at the very moment.
Okay, then you're voting no then?
No.
Okay.
Vice Mayor Morera,
Yes.
Mayor Dieguez.
Yes.
The motion to approve this item to move forward passes. Ordinance in first reading.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for your time. Again, for the residents, I would encourage you to give your contact information to Gina Nguanzo, the clerk here at the end, so that we can reach out to you and we can come to a good compromise here between now and when this item returns to the council. Thank you all. With that, let us continue now to 13C. Mr. Attorney, please read the ordinance.
I'm reading it.
Susanna.
An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, approving adopting a non-ad valorem assessment role for special taxing districts.
Pardon me, Mr. Attorney. I'm sorry. Can everybody please take the conversations outside of chamber? Thank you. All right, Mr. Attorney, please proceed again.
Okay? Yeah, I'm going to start again. An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, adopting a non-ad valorem assessment role for special taxing districts, approving, adopting, and ratifying special assessment district rates for special taxing districts, including but not limited to security guard and multi-purpose maintenance, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Okay. So, who from staff is going to actually present this?
This is the non-ad valorem assessment rates for the security guards. What we have here, these once again, it's an ordinance, so this is first reading. We have of the 6 districts, we have 3 of them that the rates are staying stagnant. We have 1 of them that the rate is going down, which is Miami Lakes Section 1. And we have the 2 Royal Oaks Section 1 and Royal Oaks East. Those are going up slightly. That is, all we're doing here tonight, we're not approving the budget. What we're doing here tonight is setting the rate, and it's only first reading. It could be modified a month from now when we do second reading.
Is there a motion?
I'll move the item.
All right. Is there a second?
I'll second for discussion.
Excellent. Okay, so we'll start with the vice. I think I heard the vice mayor move it first, and then so we'll start with him, and then we'll go to Councilman Sanchez, and I think I also heard Councilman Garcia. That'll be the order.
Yeah, given the fact that we're not setting the budget, we're just setting the rate. Every 3 out of the 6 districts actually remain identical. 1 goes down and only 2 go up, and that's the 2 Royal Oaks one, which, as the manager explained to me during the briefing, was due to the change in the contract to the Section 1 contract or something like that. These are very reasonable rates, in my opinion. How we allocate those budgets at a later date is going to be a question for discussion at a later date, but I do think that we should proceed with these.
Thank you. Councilman Sanchez?
So when we heard public comments, a few of the residents brought up level 2 security guards in services. If that is the case, which of these special taxing districts would be given the level 2 guards, or is it just blanket across all of them?
Jeremy, we have level 2 at all the districts. Yeah.
Currently. Has it always been that way? If not, when did we switch from level 1 to level 2?
I'd have to take a look at our inception when we took over in 1819 to see if we started introductory at level 1 and then we eventually voted all into level 2s.
Okay.
But I want to say that I'd have to take a look to confirm.
Okay.
I think Loch Lomond is the only one that always kept the level 2,
Okay.
and then eventually we brought the rest of the districts into level 2.
Okay. Now, additionally, there are special taxing districts that we're increasing rates on them. Instead of increasing rates on them, why don't we send out to bid for other security companies that can meet the current rates that our residents in these special taxing districts are paying for the same services, instead of just increasing the fees on our residents?
Jeremy, the rates that Royal Oaks East and Section 1, they have now under Section 1's contract till the end of the fiscal year.
Right.
How old are those rates? 5 years?
So the existing rates until the end of this fiscal year are going on to 6 years.
Yeah. So the reality is, understanding inflation and everything else, and post-COVID, and if you were to go out to bid today for any service, forget about security guard services, any service on the face of the earth, more than likely, something bid out today versus when this was done 5 years ago is probably going to be higher.
Okay, I'm a big.
And that's what, and I'm sorry to interrupt you,
Yeah.
and that's why October 1, by us having put them under the umbrella of the contract for Section 1, which is more recent, that's why they're going to inch up a little bit, is because of that. Because they're going to go now to the Section 1 rates, and those Section 1 rates are newer, and they are higher than the old ones. So for us to think that if we go out to RFP, like we did the last time, and then the rates are going to come back at the 5-year-old rates, I think is probably wishful thinking.
Okay. Well, I'm a big proponent of thinking is not knowing, and I'd rather know that the rates that are out there are actually higher instead of just thinking that or assuming that they're going to be higher, because I don't want to see a higher tax burden for our residents. So if we can put it out there for other companies or piggyback off other special taxing districts in Miami-Dade County, just to look at the rates that they are paying, even with new contracts that maybe were implemented this year, just to know instead of just thinking. Because like I said before, I am a big proponent of thinking is not knowing, and I'd rather know rather than think.
And our plan is to go out to bid, right? When does the
So the 2020,
Section 1?
the Miami Lake Section 1 was issued in 2022, so
Right.
it would be all the way valid till 27. With that, the 22 agreement also, the provider was the lowest bidder at that time.
Okay.
So even in 2022, any other providers, which we did have a good amount, Rosa wasn't a part of that, we did have a good amount of bidders for the security guard services, and SFM was still the lowest at that time as well.
Okay.
What we could do, council member, is we can go through the RFP process, right? And maybe Lorenzo or Tony, who's more versed with the procurement process, Rosa's here too, is we now have a contract that is good and in place, right? Which is the SFM one that is good through 27, you said? 27.
Right.
If we go out to bid and the rates are what I predict, but you think maybe, let's take a look and
There's a
see, right?
chance
So
that
if
another
they
company's
do come back much higher, we could always elect not to award and just keep the security guards under the existing Section 1 rate. I believe, is that possible? Is that the way it would work?
There's different ways that we can go ahead and use procurement tools to test the market, and as far as what's available and what's out there. So yes, I mean, there's
We can bid anything out,
Yes.
right? Because even the contract that we have with Section 1 has a 30-day out clause.
That is correct. Yes.
Right. So
you can.
we could always bid it out, and if it comes back really high,
You have.
we don't award, and then we stay
you're
status
under-
quo.
Correct. You're under no obligation to contract.
Okay.
Yes.
Through the chair.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Well, that's exactly what I was going to suggest, and I think that it's a no-brainer, right? We send for RFPs, we send for bids, and then if we don't get anything that we like, we keep the current
fallback
contract.
position would
Yeah.
be leaving them under Section 1 with the Section 1 rates.
And it's going to be so clear to the residents, because I think I've gotten phone calls and emails, and I think that if we do this and it gets, and the response is more than what we're currently in contract for, then of course they're going to see that, that we made the attempt and this is the best that we can do.
Any other members? Councilmember Hersberg.
I mean, since it's first reading, we'll push it through. One thing I think I want to see, and we had SFN here recently describing level 2 and level 1. I'm very confident, and unless someone tells me differently, I believe we, at least for, probably for all the districts, but I know Loch Lomond's very happy with their services. I don't think the other ones necessarily are with the guards. Their savings are going down to level 1. I've seen nothing from the current guards that make them seem like they have some experience. Many of them don't speak English, which is a contractual requirement that we're clearly letting go. So if we're going to let go of that contractual requirement, we might as well pay less money. It's a very simple job, and SFM had their chance to tell us what the difference was, and they didn't prove anything to me, at least. So I would like to see, in my opinion, that those not Loch Lomond again, because for some reason I know they're happy, very happy, and I think you would share that sentiment. The other 3 security districts go down to level 1 guards because I don't necessarily believe we're going to have any additional benefit or loss in service unless someone tells me something differently.
Through the chair.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
Thank you, sir. Basically, I remember very clearly when our neighbors wanted. I'm actually talking on behalf of Royal Oaks East, my side. When my neighbors wanted to see a change, and we pretty much moved from Kent Security to SFM. I was told, and we were told, that we would see a big difference in the quality of the guards, and that the rates would drop dramatically. I didn't see that. I really didn't see that. So that worries me. The other thing is, with all due respect to SFM, the other day we had a gentleman that was lost in our neighborhood, and he was asking the guard, "I'm lost, this and that." The young lady said, "No speak English. No speak English." So that got me worried. Then I asked her, "Are you a level 1 or are you a level 2 guard?" Said, "I don't even know what you're talking about." So all of these things worry me. I'm very worried about all these things. So let's do some homework.
Councilmember Herzberg.
I don't know if it's better for staff to put us in proper posture to make a motion to amend the budget that we use level 1 guards in those 3 in Section 1, Royal Oaks East, and Royal Oaks Section 1.
Would you like to
I would make that a motion.
All right, so moved. Anyone want a second?
So you're saying to bring it back on second reading already with taking that into account and then recalculate what the assessment would be?
Yes. And
for those 3 districts?
For those 3 districts. Again, I would like staff to chime in. My understanding, again, is Loch Lomond likes their security so far. I haven't heard the rest from the other 3 districts.
Is there a second?
I'll second the discussion.
Seconded by Councilman Garcia. Councilman Garcia, you have the floor.
Sure. Quick question, Director. Thank you, Vice Mayor. So difference between 1 and 2, of course, is the golf cart component? And
No.
What,
so
what else are the differences?
The difference in the levels is just experience. So a level 1 will have either 3 years. I actually have it here. I'll make sure I bring it up exactly.
Thank you, boss.
It's just a difference in experience and the accumulated experience. So you can have 3 years in providing security services, or you can have 1 year of providing military service, level 1. Then it goes to, you can have more years of experience and further degrees. So you can have a degree and 2 years in providing security services, or you can have an associate's degree with more years of providing service. So it's just the volume of years and experience of providing security services.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Councilmember Fernandez?
I have heard that that some of the residents wanted us to go to level 1. My concern on the east side, I don't know how you feel on the west side, but we're pretty happy with some of the guards. I'm concerned that they're gonna remove them, and then we're gonna get new guards. I know that it's not rocket science. I know that it's not a complicated job. The only thing is that there's some pleasantries that I think that we're all, some of the residents are happy with, and smiles, but I will always do, if we could save money.
Right.
I'm gonna move.
And through the chair, it's I think it's a $24,000 question if you want to waive at the guard, or not. And I honestly, it might be called wrong now because we're bringing it up. I don't think our guards would change. I really don't. You just hear what Councilman Quadra said. The guard doesn't know what level they are. We're talking about military service. The vast majority of these guards don't speak English. I really don't see. I wouldn't be shocked if we see the same guards. I honestly think we have a problem with the contract where they're telling us level 2 guards. I don't know. I don't understand how they're telling us we're having level 2 guards and what their qualifications are. And they had their chance to do it here, and they've completely failed at giving us a good answer.
Any other comments, questions? Hearing none, the motion on the table is to allow the item to proceed to second reading, subject to it coming back with level 1 guard pricing for the 2 Royal Oaks districts. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against
Aye.
say nay.
Well,
Vice Mayor, I have to do the roll call. 'cause
Oh, it's an ordinance.
And-
Madam Clerk,
and
please
also-
call a roll.
Well, Vice Mayor, it's Royal Oaks and Section 1. I just only left Loch Lomond out. Because again. So 3 of the 4. 3 of the 4, again, because my understanding is Loch Lomond has always been very happy since the change. So I haven't heard anything. I've heard only from people from the other 3 districts.
Got it. So 3 out of the 4 security districts, with the exception of Loch Lomond. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
So ordinance in first reading, Councilmember Hertzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Dieguez is absent, but the motion ordinance in first reading, item 13C passes.
Mr. Vice Mayor, for a moment of
Councilmember
privilege.
Sanchez.
I'd like to place a motion to reopen the order of business for deletions, deferrals, and additions.
What are you, okay, let me put that, is there a second?
I'll second if it's, yeah. I think go ahead.
What is it that you'd like to see changed?
I'd like to defer 2 of my items and new business items to the next meeting.
And that would be?
16D and H.
16B?
D.
D.
D as in Delta.
And H?
Yes, as in hotel.
Okay. Anything else?
I'll go ahead and open my own item as well.
Which ones?
The item regarding, I had an item regarding special taxation guardhouses. I don't even have to defer it. We discussed
G?
it. Yeah, 16G, we can remove it. We already discussed it.
Okay. And any others?
16G.
Any others? Hearing none, then the motion is to amend the agenda to defer items 16D and H and to withdraw item 16G. Is there a second on that, on the revised agenda?
I'll second.
Any comments? Hearing none.
I do have a comment. I was hoping to discuss G, and I'm just going to be voting no because even though I'm okay with the other 2, but I wanted to discuss, there were some things that were brought up to me regarding what they were asking for, some of the residents, but you know, I'm probably not going to pass, but I just wanted you to, or at least for the record, as to why I'm going to be voting no.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can go ahead and have a good discussion on the second reading of those issues. That's why I'm thinking.
Oh.
Sounds good.
Does anyone else want to defer, or delete?
On
any
the
other
motion,
items for the sake of time.
On the agenda as amended, those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Those against say nay. Hearing
Nay.
none, motion passes. And we are on to item
13D.
13D, the lobbyist ordinance. Mr. Attorney.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This is an ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, relating to lobbying activities, providing for registration and disclosure requirements, providing for lobbyists, providing for penalties, providing for severability, providing for inclusion to the code, and providing for an effective date. Okay. Mr. Vice Mayor, if I may discuss this item, this is an item that has been long in coming. It's something that I discussed with the town clerk. We're taking portions of different best practices, both from the city of Miami and Miami-Dade County. It incorporates the current code of ethics as it exists, but it also brings the code a little bit, it creates some clarity as far as what are lobbying activities and which ones are not, and allows for staff to have comfort that if they reach out to certain individuals that are not active in sales to inquire about products or different services that are out there in the market, that would not be considered a lobbying activity, and that's consistent with, again, county law and Florida law on ethics.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Is there a motion?
I'll move it.
So moved. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilmember Sanchez. Councilmember Garcia, would you like to speak on the motion? Councilmember Sanchez. Anyone else want to speak on the motion? Then, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Item 13D, ordinance in first reading, Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Hertzberg.
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Diegues.
Yes.
The ordinance in first reading, item 13D, passes.
Okay, perfect. All right, with that, we are now in ordinances in second reading. Let's begin with 14A. Mr. Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending Chapter 13 Land Development Code, add Article 6 Supplementary Regulations, creating Section 13-777.1 Online Sales Showrooms, providing for findings of fact, intent, and purpose, providing for regulations, providing for penalties, providing for repeal of laws in conflict, providing for severability, providing for inclusion into the code, and providing for an effective date.
Excellent. So we'll turn to the Vice Mayor to go ahead and introduce the item.
Yeah, just very briefly, this is an item that was brought up last month as an ordinance in first reading. You'll recall this is just another way that we could be a business-friendly town. We did have people in the audience today that wanted to speak on the item. Unfortunately, I know we kind of ran a little late today, so they had to head home. It was actually Miss Treyes who was here with her 2 kids trying to extend as much time as possible, but she couldn't. I think it's a no-brainer to allow it, especially under the work that Susanna has put into this, making this work in a way that does not burden infrastructure, existing infrastructure. I think it just makes complete sense, it's a win-win, helps our business community, at the same time protects our office areas from the crowding and overburdening of the infrastructure that full-on retail would create. So it's a beautiful, happy medium. Props to her for getting it done. And I'll move the item.
I'll second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Motion to approve the ordinance in second reading, item 14A. Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Hertzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Diegues.
Yes.
Ordinance in second reading, 14A, passes.
Excellent. 14B, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Alonso to go ahead and introduce the item if she is here. If not, Mr. Manager.
The attorney's got to read the ordinance.
An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending Chapter 13, Section 13-1607, titled Commercial and Recreational Vehicles of the Town of Miami Lakes Code, providing for inclusion into the code, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, this is an item that that was introduced by the previous council back in May, introduced by Vice Mayor Fernandez. And it essentially, the work that was done since then, after the first reading, essentially the final product does one main thing, which is redefines and simplifies the definition of what a commercial vehicle does. It eliminates all the different categories. It just has one paragraph that clearly defines what a commercial vehicle is. The second item that it does, it exempts golf carts from the parking restrictions. In other words, what it does is allows golf carts to be parked in the driveway overnight. Before this change, golf carts had to be put away in the garage overnight. And finally, the third thing that it allows is if you happen to have a smaller commercial vehicle and you have a car cover that will completely cover the vehicle so that it does not appear to be a commercial vehicle, it's just a car cover, it will be permissible to be allowed in the driveway overnight with the car cover on.
Anything else you'd like to add?
Yes, this item was heard by the planning board on May 13th, and they made the recommendation that you consider the types of covers that would be allowed, so that they would be better manufactured covers, not makeshift curtain, shower curtains and the such.
Do you have any proposals related to that request?
I would be happy to add it if you should.
It's second reading, so we
Yeah.
would have to have either allow the planner to come up with the appropriate language
Yeah.
to define that.
Yeah.
So we can approve it tonight.
I mean, do you have the
No,
language?
I don't have proper language ready, no. This,
Do you want to?
I,
Sorry, go ahead.
I think that the proper language is fitted fabric cover.
Fitted
Car
fabric,
cover.
yeah.
Car cover. Good.
Fitted fabric vehicle cover.
Manufactured.
That gives you enough direction?
Manufactured and intended as a car cover.
It-
Something
it-
like
you
that,
know,
yeah, correct.
that way it's not a tarpaulin cover or anything, or something just draped over it, but rather a fitted
Is that
fabric.
sufficient for you?
That sounds good. Yep.
Okay, why don't you do it as an amendment to
Yes,
the,
thank you.
well, wait, yeah.
It's not even moved yet.
Okay, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, okay, so let's start with that. Why don't you go ahead and get us in the posture?
I'll move the item with the amendment of specifying that the required vehicle covers are fitted fabric vehicle covers.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
So sorry. 14B, ordinance in second reading. Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Hertzberg.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Dieguez.
Yes.
The ordinance in second reading, item 14B, passes.
Excellent. 15A was part of consensus. We are now moving on to 16A by Councilman Hertzberg.
Thank you, Mayor. Basically, this item is, my understanding is the town is working on doing a Robert's Rules of Order workshop. I think we should also make an effort to go ahead and go attend these meetings. We can do it via Zoom now. And just go to these meetings, meet the committee members, and make them aware of the importance of the rules. I've seen some committees where the rules aren't really being followed as well. It can get the committees off track. The rules are meant to push them, so that's my motion, that we all make an effort. You know, whatever we can do, my motion is to make an effort, go to the committees, explain the new committee rules, and also discuss the Robert rules and why they're important. That's
I'll
my motion.
second it.
All right, moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. All right, the motion carries. Congratulations. 16B, commemorative plaque designation for Hilario Candela. Councilman Fernandez.
All right, so in an effort to move forward our culture, art, and, you know, I consider architecture a part of that. A few years ago, our lovely chair of the Cultural Affairs Committee mentioned to me that the gentleman, Hilario Candela, which recently he did pass away, he designed the building on 66, I think it's 6701 Miami Lakes Drive, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, it's the Bank of America building. Since then, I went in front of the Cultural Affairs Committee. I asked them to see if they can come up with something. It didn't move there, and seeing that I'm a councilman now, thankfully I'm able to get this moved with my support, with the support from my colleagues. The point is, I just want to be very clear. He was a very distinguished architect. I think it's been mentioned, he designed the Marine Stadium in Key Biscayne. He designed a lot of the buildings in the Miami-Dade North Campus and Wolfson Campus. Anyway, the point is that it will not cost the town a penny. The Ward Law Group is the owner of that building right now. They're willing to pay for the plaque. I've spoken to them and their representative. They are extremely excited about this. I spoke to the son of Hilario Candela. He is honored to be a part of it. He'll be there. Him and the family will be there for the unveiling. So that said, I just ask you for the support.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. We are now on item 16C by Councilman Cuadra Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, all of you have a picture in front of you. Can you please take a good look at it? I have been working with this tree for about 10 years, but after really reading a couple lines, I'd like to read this out loud to you guys so you can understand what this tree does, okay? It is called the Brazilian pepper. Tony's here. Tony Lopez knows a lot about trees. Says the Brazilian pepper tree is a native of South America, specifically from Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay. It was introduced to Florida in the 19th century as an ordinance plant. Since then, it has become the most aggressive invasive species in the state of Florida, covering over 75,000 1,000 acres. This tree can grow rapidly, outcompete native vegetation, forming dense thickness, and exclude other plants' life and disrupt local ecosystem. So basically, it tells you that this tree is very bad for our ecosystem. This is the back of the canal where I live. I have never in 25 years, never seen this tree back there. So that means that SFM is not cleaning back there because they can't get through. Those Brazilian peppers are actually almost in the water. So if you look, it has red seeds. If we don't do anything about this tree now, it will continue to take these seeds, take it to all around this town and all over, and keep growing and keep doing the damage that it's doing. So what I'm asking right now is to have staff come back and decide whether we want to have our backyards or our easements. Let's not talk about our backyard. Let's talk about our easements. This is an easement. And if this is what we want our standard to look like.
Alrighty, so if I understood correctly, the motion is to have staff come back with a report and recommendation on this plant and what we can do about this plant,
Their
whether we
home
need to do
doesn't,
something.
their front yard doesn't look like this.
I'm just asking you
Yeah,
what your
yes.
motion is.
Yes.
That's your motion. Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second it.
All right, seconded by Councilmember Sanchez. Did you have anything to add? No? I'll just say, yeah, I always say there's nothing wrong with going to staff for information. So with that said, is there any other additional comment?
I just want to ask, who identified the plant? I mean, are we sure that that's what it is?
Absolutely. This is.
Oh, we'll have our arborist look.
Okay, because
Absolutely.
I don't
We'll have
know.
our arborist
Yes.
confirm.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So any further comment? Hearing none, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. Motion passes. All right. On to the next item. Councilmember Sanchez, is this the one that we took out? Thank you. Let me skip over. Councilmember Garcia is not here. We'll come back to this item.
Well, but we combined.
Yeah, we did combine this one with yours,
With
right?
mine.
And that one's still active?
Yes.
All right, so did you want to go ahead and take this item?
Sure.
And, okay, he's here anyway. So we're on the Doge item. If you want to present it in conjunction with Councilmember Sanchez, please do so.
Thank you so much, Mayor. As you know, in January, I presented an item to create a Doge type of advisory board or something in that item. After considering it, and after my colleagues considering that it would create too much of a bureaucracy, I was asking, try to find another solution where we can be able to maybe use the Doge principles in our future budget. As you know, Governor Ron DeSantis announced the creation of the Florida Doge Task Force in February, and cities have taken advantage of that and reached out to that committee and presented their budgets. Now, I know that we have, as a city, we did a survey when it comes to that. Is that correct?
The Florida Doge, there was a mandatory thing with all local governments, and they sent it to us. It was a short survey, about half a dozen questions. We complied. We answered the questions. To tell you the truth, it was so simple. They were yes or no questions.
Okay.
And we answered them. It was all no, meaning that we didn't have any issues, any problems, or and we submitted it. And so we complied with the mandatory portion of the Doge involvement.
So my item would be to, as the councilman, also item is to see if we can reach out to them, provide any information they need, so they can give us a determination and to go through our budget and see if, how we do when it comes to, I know we won many awards when it comes to our accounting practices, but what areas of opportunity there are in our budget, if we can save 0.5% or 1%, anything they see that perhaps we can incorporate and save some money for the taxpayers, I'd like to go ahead and try to go ahead and instruct the manager to reach out to DOJ, the DOJ committee in Tallahassee, and see what are the next steps. And I'll allow my colleague to continue. He has information on the committee.
Well, my item is
just to be on proper posture. Is your motion different than his motion?
it's a little bit. It's the same, but more in depth.
Okay, so I think that the proper posture would be to have you do a main motion and then
Okay.
yours be an amendment making more specific requests?
Yes.
Is that okay? So then do we have a second to the main motion?
I'll second for discussion.
Second for discussion. Did you want to start off discussion?
Yeah, I might as well,
Go
because
ahead.
I don't know where we're going on this. I am completely against this idea. I'm for local control, local government. We sit up here all the time complaining about Tallahassee taking our control, and now we're going to give them our budget. They should go make their own budget first. We do a good job. We are our own Doge team. We want to get more meetings, do more things, that's fine. But to come down and say, Tallahassee, take a look at our budget, absolutely not. We could. That's our job. I don't need anyone in Tallahassee to tell us how to do our job.
Okay.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Okay. So as I stated in the memo, when we were in Tallahassee for Day Days, Jason Pawlowski from the Florida Department of Government Efficiency reached out, contacted me, and asked if we'd be interested. So instead of making the decision on my own, I put it as a new business item so that we as a town council can make the decision of moving this forward or keeping it, you know, at bay. He did send me the letter of what they would be requesting if this does go through a resolution. And if you look at page 447, the lower third portion of the letter has 6 different items. They're asking for a budget and spending reports at a line item level of detail for each department for fiscal year 23-24 and 24-25. A second item would be position descriptions and salaries for each employee. Obviously, personal information would not be provided, only position titles and the salaries. For the same years, 23-24 and 24-25, all contracts with totals, deliverables, spending amounts, and whether the contract was awarded competitively or non-competitively for the same years, the 2 windows. Number 4, all grants made to each recipient and subrecipients where applicable with descriptions and purposes for the same 2 windows of years. Number 5, service delivery metrics and performance for all departments. Number 6, hours worked by department and projects and tasks completed in the same 2 fiscal years. I know this letter states that all this is due by May 16th. Obviously, we are way past that deadline, and based on tonight's vote, if we decide to move forward and create a resolution for the next meeting, they would give us a much later on deadline to submit these 6 items. There are many other municipalities that's been uploaded into Twitter on the Doge account that are participating, even within Miami-Dade County. This is completely optional, but it's, you know, it's something that was requested for us to be discussed by the county. It's nothing that is being forced. It is nothing that is mandatory. It is completely optional, and that's just what they're seeking to review.
Did you want to make any sort of amendment to the main motion or keep it as it is?
Keep it as it is, because
Keep it
this
as
is
it
what
is.
they are requesting, the 6 items they are requesting.
Any other comments, questions, concerns from the Councilmember Fernandez?
I'm all for transparency. But I wholeheartedly agree with Councilman Hertzberg. I really don't see the point. I think that it is our responsibility, and if we're doing something wrong, then, you know, shame on us. But I think that town staff is doing a great job, and you know, I don't know if there's any reason for us to open up our books to the state.
Any other comments? Did you have a rebuttal or something?
Yeah,
Sure,
if you don't mind. And I understand the reasoning for it. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
We're all for transparency. We all see the same way, I think.
Yep.
And we are, let's be honest, we are the most fiscally conservative municipality in Dade County. And there's no way we are not. Look at all the other towns, municipalities in Dade County. Nobody is as fiscally conservative as us, and that's a fact.
Yep.
It's a matter of, we're already transparent. All this stuff is already out there. If some guy in Tallahassee wanted to go find this stuff, they could. I don't like the precedent where we come up here and already complain a lot how Tallahassee takes powers away from us, and now we're saying take our budget, give us. I just don't like the idea.
Yeah.
right? That's all. But I understand. I want to make sure I understand why you're doing it. I agree with what we should do it ourselves. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that point of view. The main reason that I feel that this is a good idea is I think the residents realize, well, we have shown that we are the most transparent town in Florida, that we've won many awards when it comes to our accounting. But this is another, for example, another flag in our cap saying, because I know they're going to, if they find something great, we can incorporate that. But I'm almost positive they're going to see this budget and they're going to say, wow, you guys are the most efficient. And we can reassure our residents, hey, we are doing everything we can to be the most efficient, to save taxpayer money. And this would be a great feather in our cap. So if anything, it would just be a third pair of eyes looking at something we know is already good, and it's something we can share with the residents, be proud of. Like, listen, we told you we were doing a good job. And if they come up with something, if we can save half percentage here or $1,000 a year, $5,000 there, I welcome it. So I understand what you're saying, but I think this is more of like kind of like reiterating what we already know, that we are a good town and we do a very good job with our budget. So that's my take on it, and I think the residents deserve that kind of assurance that we're doing a good job with their tax dollars. So that's my thinking of the whole issue.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yeah,
Vice Mayor, you're recognized.
Thank you. So I just want to say, you know, we all know Miss Hope Reynolds. She calls me the Elon Musk of Miami Lakes. So there can only be one of us. So unfortunately, I cannot support this item. Other than that, I'm ready to vote.
Any other comments, questions? All right. With that said, Mr. Clerk, please
Mr. Mayor,
call the roll.
the chair.
Oh, sorry.
I think we should just keep it for food of thought. Food for thought, just on the item. Just that's my opinion. I mean, I understand that. I respect everybody's opinion, but just a food for thought.
Perfect. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Okay, calling the roll for item 16E, that was combined with 16J. Motion by Councilmember Garcia, seconded by Herzberg. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councilman Herzberg, motion to reach out to DOJ for budget recommendations for the town. Is that correct?
Hold on.
It's more to follow the requirements that Councilman Sanchez said to provide this information to the DOJ committee up in Tallahassee so they can go ahead and start looking into our budget.
Okay.
Right.
Let's go
Actually,
ahead.
can I get a point of order? I don't believe, Councilman Sanchez, did you make the amendment? I mean, I'm fine. I'm fine with just going. You did? I mean, I'm fine with just going with. I think you guys agree with what you want to do, so I'm fine with going with that. Okay.
We understand what it is. Yeah. Okay. Councilmember Fernandez?
No.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia?
Mr. Manager, can you elaborate? I know that, but can you just elaborate and give me a little more, digest this a little more so I can understand it? Yes, sir.
No, I apologize, Councilman. At this point, we have to make a decision. He cannot provide additional context, right? At this point, you have to vote one way or the other. Either you want to submit the budget to Tallahassee for their review or not.
Does it have to be, do we have to make a decision right now?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's why we're voting.
And it would be right now, no.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Garcia?
Yes.
Councilmember Herzberg?
No.
Councilmember Sanchez?
No.
Vice Mayor Morera?
No.
Mayor Dieguez?
Yes.
The motion dies.
Okay, with that, I apologize. Okay, yeah, I'm back. Okay, I think sorry, it's getting later, guys. It's getting later.
Did you forget you have the gavel?
Okay, yeah, so with that, thank you. We are now on item 16F, amending the town code. Very simply put, at the request of one of our vendors, they suggested, as a way of helping to recoup some of the costs that sometimes come up when they locate singers for our events in town parks, that we allow them to also offer beer and wine sales, right? No spirits, right? So no liquors, just purely beer and wine And this would be simply directing staff to amend the code to allow sales of those products at parks for events like the 4th of July. That is the motion.
Do you want to identify which event specifically you're looking at?
No, I'm going to broaden it to just the parks. And if anything, when it comes back for first and second reading, we can limit the events that it's available at.
I will second the motion. And just to a point of clarification, for the town staff to amend the town code, I think you meant for them to come back for us to amend the town code? Thank you. Just clarifying that.
Words matter. You're correct. That is what I meant by the motion.
I didn't want a constitutional crisis. And then, secondly, I cannot agree with this anymore. Yeah, I mean, number one, it's a win-win. It's more fun events and better revenue generation for our vendors.
I see what you did there. Councilman Sanchez.
I have two concerns. Number one, liability. If someone consumes too much and proceeds to have an incident where they get hurt, would the vendor then be liable for serving them too much? Or since it's on our property, would the town be liable to that?
Well, we have all sorts of protections from sovereign immunity to other legal doctrines.
We
Now,
get disclaimers.
and the other aspect of it is, as I understand it, and this already happens, our vendors have to pull insurance. I assume, would also have to pull insurance that would cover liability in these situations where someone is overserved.
And obviously the vendor would also have the liquor license in order to sell beer and wine.
I don't believe you need a liquor license. Yeah, because
there are two kinds of liquor licenses.
There's one for beer and wine.
One for beer and wine, and one for all alcohol.
Okay, well, yeah, then they would have to provide proof of that, of course. And that would be the idea. And again, they're going to bring this back to us so we can go ahead and load up all these more specific protections if we don't already see it in there.
Of course.
At the time they bring it back.
Okay, good to go. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah, through the chair.
Yeah,
and of course,
Councilman Claudio Garcia.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to assume you're going to have a limit of time to what time that service of.
Well, I'm going to leave that to staff to come back. But yeah, the idea would just be for the event. So the moment the event is done.
11 o'clock, 10 o'clock. Okay.
Well, whenever they're done. I don't think we have any events that really tend to run past 10.
Okay.
So it'd be much earlier. I mean, even 4th of July, I think, is done by 9:30 or so.
Okay.
Councilman Garcia.
Really quick. So basically, it's the vein of like food and wine, right? Yeah, we already have those protections in place and contracts. Yeah.
Sorry, we have a template, if you will, for
Perfect.
how to do this for Veterans Park and other places.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. Everyone in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. With that, we are now on my other item 16I, historic site map and Zonta points of interest map. I believe you all had access to the attachment with the business item, where I got the idea from, and describing basically what I want to do. Just in our case, in addition to a historic points of interest site map, I also wanted to do one for Zonta now that we have a few points of interest for Zonta, from the wall of dolls to the tree that we planted for them. The list goes on, and I think it'd be a nice thing to do for them since they are probably one of the most active Zonta clubs that we have in Southeast Florida. With that is my motion to go ahead and direct staff to do it. Excellent. Any discussion? No. All right, seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, the motion carries. We have no reports, and therefore we are done with the agenda, and I am adjourning the meeting at 11:21 p.m. Oh, wait. What happened? Is there a report?
No. I was just pointing at Lorenzo because we had an over-under going on the time.
We're having, at any rate, all right, we're adjourned at 11:22.